Welcome back to the Ori Media Crisis, where a bunch of obscenely introverted human beings sit around and play role-playing games. Today, we are joined by myself as the Dungeon Master, and our players. On the screen, you will see very shortly, as soon as I get my shit together. Here we go. We are seen by to my left and the furthest, which we will start with you, Mister.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm Brian, play Envy, human cleric.
That is not exactly the thing I wanted to go to. Oh my goodness. There we go.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Who are you? Who are you?
Alright, here we go. Alright, and to the left of Envy, we have...
I'm Coben. I play as Coben, a human warrior.
Nice. And then coming shortly, but not here currently, is we have Valeth, Vesaria Rogue, played by Jessie. She will be here shortly. And then next to her,
Connor, the human half-elf wizard.
I like how you always get your race wrong.
Yeah.
And next to him,
Angela, who is playing Cinder, who is an Eladrin monk of the Four Harmonies, revisited.
the Four Harmonies. Yep, the Elemental Monk revisited by, what is it, Nerdarchy? That came up with that?
Nerdarchies.
Yeah,
Makes it mucho better.
mucho better. Alright, and then we're gonna go to regional maps. Oh my goodness, here we go. Okay. So, last we left off, of course it's now not opening. Here it is. Okay. Really? One moment. There we go. The party had interrogated the orc Krogar in relation to the disappearances of the Land family bodies from the cemetery. They learned that the bodies were moved for a man named Filge, who resides in the abandoned observatory. They also learned that Krogar didn't care for Filge, felt that the work was disgusting. Krogar would not reveal his employer, but was ultimately let go. Valeth's contact Hawk Flynn was sent to monitor and follow Krogar for any more information. The team learned that Yaravan Vest, Tish Vesari's father, or her Valeth's sister-in-law, went missing a couple months ago, but his body was later discovered, so he was indeed murdered or died somehow. He's dead. Allison was asked to find what he could about Vest properties and whose hands they are in now. On the way back from speaking with the Ravens at the cemetery, Coben and Scout remained near the Dowerstone estate to sneak in and see what they could find. Connor's sentient quill took on a life of its own and identified itself as High Mage Zalister, or Zalastar. Aliston was troubled by this and is looking into it. He's looking into many things. Envy visited the lakeside stables, where she witnessed mistreated horses. Confronting the man in charge, named Travern, she attacked him and feigned innocence to the Shield Garrison. The Shield Garrison brought Travern to the Church of St. Cuthbert, along with Envy, where High Priest Jiren Wirus saw through Envy's bluff and ordered the Shield to arrest Envy. Envy was interrogated briefly by Father Valkus Dunn and released, but told to stay close for further inquiry. And basically that's kind of where we left off. Envy just got to Aliston's abode after being detained. It is about 2 in the afternoon, and knocking on Aliston's door, he promptly opened it.
Well, we all got back, actually. Except for
Coben.
Coben.
That's
yeah,
right.
and we met briefly. Envy also took Cinder aside and told her what's going on, so she's the only one that knows what's going on with it.
Okay. Yeah, so basically exactly where we left off is Aliston's door open, and he exclaimed something along the lines of, "I don't know what you've done, but come in and we'll discuss it." More along those lines. So we enter into that scene. And he ushers you in quickly and tells you to have a seat.
We need a backsplash of Alistair's study
Mm.
that we could just pull up for all these conversations we have in his study.
Yeah, it seems like it's a thing. Yeah.
That's a hip spot.
Yeah.
And let's see. Let's make sure that all this stuff is kosher. Do-do-do-do-do. Close it. Hide it. No, not
Someone
see.
imitate me.
No, we just started. We were doing the recap as you came in. So Jesse's here now. All right. So he tells you to come in and have a seat.
Sure.
He looks concerned, obviously, and as you sit, he kind of his eyes linger a long moment onto Starlight, and then he kind of like, as if he's kind of having like a little distracted moment, like he's just kind of like, oh, that's an interesting, pretty little. Anyway,
There's why my lawn is gone.
he says, word around town travels very quickly around here, and they said that someone from the Twilight Monastery has potentially assaulted Trevor, the Lakeside Stable owner. There is only one member of the Twilight Monastery that I am aware of that has been seen frequently around town, and that would be you. Who have you spoken to? What have you told them? What happened? It's just you in this office.
The only person that I've spoken to about this whole situation would be, Cinder.
Well, the shield as well.
Oh, yeah, and Shield, and then the,
Jiren Weiris, the High Priest of St. Cuthbert, and the High Priest of Bahamut.
So it's a couple people.
Yeah.
I have heard of potentially. Were you shot by the shield?
yes.
In the middle of the town square. Running from the shield?
You know, you hear a lot of things, but you know, it's all a big misunderstanding.
There's a lot of commotion and whispers and rumors on the street right now.
So yes, I was shot. Not for running, though.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I can help you through this, but it may help if you if it happens to be true that you assaulted this man, I would start coming up with a very, very good reason. Essentially, my dear girl, what you've done is committed a crime against property, which is, sadly, in this town, is almost as bad as murder. You've broken into a place of business and interrupted business.
I didn't break into a thing of business.
Well, if you're assaulting someone, I misspoke. You did not break in, I guess. So you were there,
Yes.
and you did interact with Trevor,
Yes.
and you did you do it? Did you assault him?
I don't say anything, I just like nod in the yes. I did.
I don't have to tell you that the monks of the Twilight Monastery are not exactly wholly welcome in Diamond Lake. And I, no doubt, think this will probably sour the relationship even further.
Do you want to become a different type of monk?
My brother, the Lord Mayor, he has been under the impression that the Twilight Monastery monks are staging some sort of attack on the town. And he has been... This is prior to any of this news. He is quite paranoid about them, considering that 5 years ago, 16 members of the... several of the mines were murdered in the Twilight Monastery by the monks, and even admittedly so. No charges have been brought, of course. There is the political interests of the lady of the monastery. It's very complicated, but what you've done has made things much more complicated. Now, my fear is if they find you guilty in some way, and you're not, and you're still in Diamond Lake, they may very well execute you. Do you have any thoughts? Do you have any plans? Do you...
No, because it just happened, so I haven't really time to think.
You can speak freely here. This room is shielded from basic scrying and implementations, and I am no barrister, so I must say that anything that you tell me, I will not lie for you, but I will not willingly come forward against you. So what I'm saying is, you don't have to answer or say anything to me if you don't wish, but I would like to know why. What was the reason? This might be important for you to figure out as well. Whatever narrative you're trying to spin.
He threatened you. Woo.
You take 80 points of damage from a metagame.
You hear
moment.
me with whispering your mantle of devil on your shoulder.
And then you hear her pass out from pain downstairs.
Yep. I always speak the truth. I always speak the truth. Yeah, you're not good at lying, so.
So, in all honesty, I probably overreacted. It was for the treatment of the animals at the stable that caused this. And when confronted, he was just a terrible person about it.
I suspect that if Travern was more liked among the town, or if people didn't already suspect or outright know of what was going on in the stables, there would be a public outcry and he would already be fully arrested. So consider that in your favor. There's no love lost between the town and Travern. He's known to be temperamental, bothersome,
Sleazy.
Cruel to the animals, kind of.
Sadly, that's not people's major complaint about him, but yes, that has been raised as an issue. And authorities have been less than thorough in investigating, and I can't say anything definitively, but, and do not take my word as law or gold, but there may have been some collusion or corruption between some members of the guard and Travern with his petty crimes against his customers and or their property. I'm just saying, if one were to maybe find some sort of proof of that, then perhaps the town would see you more as a lawful entity. I'm not implying that there is any sort of
Oh no.
concrete corruption, but it has been mentioned. I don't know where you would find such a thing. But already, the group of you have not made yourselves entirely welcome in the city of Diamond Lake.
I'm super welcome.
I am a joy.
Well, so do you think? I mean, the only person outside of you that I've told was Cinder. Do you think I should let other group members know?
I theoretically, hypothetically, if I were ever to commit some sort of crime, the least amount of people that I told, the better. And I would normally hold to that opinion. However, as a group, you are not just everyday persons. You have some forms of responsibility and power. In that a solution might come with a groupthink rather than an individual. Now, I will say, as someone outside looking in, but also having a very deep personal investment in this group, having my son being a member, I would say that getting out of town might be an idea, or maybe the solution eventually. It will take a day or more, at least a day, to gather everything, and I will try to keep my ears open, but I can't be seen snooping into this particular incident. But I will try to keep my ears open.
You flood him with a fact.
Okay.
I was hoping to perhaps delay this news until it was closer time to leaving, but I was planning a trip to Blackwall Keep here within the next few days to see Elena Vasari on an issue that her and I have been discussing for quite some time. It seems that that trip may be coming at a more opportune moment than I thought. Perhaps when I am ready to leave, I was going to ask you all to accompany me to Blackwall Keep to look into some issues that may have arisen there. I was going to save that news, of course, but now it seems a little bit relevant. But there are still some questions to be answered here in Diamond Lake.
Yes.
And I would not want to keep the very fruitful progress that the five of you have been gathering, the information that you've been gathering from coming to completion. But if push comes to shove, we can, as they say, go on the lam and disappear from Diamond Lake. I leave often enough, they wouldn't question it. The Vasari family is, right now, the heads of the Vasari family are Blackwall Keep. The family could even come with me. It wouldn't be looked at into too much suspicion, I think.
Okay.
Jinx will stay behind and keep things down. Yep. You hear from like underneath the desk.
Okay. So I will let others know what happened, and
I don't want you to misinterpret. I'm not condemning what you did. I'm not condemning the action. I am condemning the brashness and foolishness of the decision making. Things have to be done very carefully around here. And you have to know who you are going to viciously assault before you do. I'm not condoning you viciously assault anybody, but
I mean, allegedly.
right, you know, the people that use that word allegedly the most are usually the most guilty. Allegedly. I do not stand by wanton violence. If this was some random stranger, I think I would have already condemned you publicly myself, but I've known Travern for many years, and people have a certain opinion of him, and I do not think it was entirely unfounded, but you are not the law. You are not those responsible, but one could argue that there is little of that around, so it's complicated.
Yeah, that is very cool.
Just know that I have you. I am your ally, I have your back, but I am limited in this capacity to defend you. If you were to be arrested and called to trial, I doubt that I would be willing or able to even speak on your behalf.
Okay.
Have you considered just lying about the situation? He's assaulted others before. I'm just allegedly.
In like what way?
Well, Krogar and him got into a very, very deep tussle a couple of weeks ago over something. I don't really remember, I wasn't there, but that's what I heard. And Krogar, well, nearly killed him.
So it seems like he's being sent to be healed like all the time.
Oh no, he wasn't. I don't think that the priest would take him very seriously. Anyway, most of the trouble he gets in is mostly his own fault. Start shit, get hit, as they say.
I doubt that.
Language.
Language.
Okay. Well, I think I don't have to. There are many ways in which this can turn, and I need to figure out what way I want it to go.
I think I have enough on my plate as it is. So if you could also disseminate the following information to the rest of you. My queue is full. Any further issues that you may create, compound, or have come to you should be dealt with yourselves. Unless it, however, indirectly or directly involves myself, Jinx, or my son.
Your two children knocking on the door. Something's happening with the stones.
Yeah.
So, no.
Okay.
There's an earthquake.
Okay, and we are back. Let's see here. Somebody put my mind back in where we were. Where we just were. Oh,
So
yes.
you
he
were
just
just
said
having
he
a
needed-
conversation.
Legal advice.
Yep, and he was about to leave.
Yeah.
The room.
About to leave the room. Or actually, I'll probably call everyone into the room. Can I call everyone out into the room since
He
it's...
seems to be dismissing you.
Oh, okay, I guess
But
I'm
this is
leaving.
the only
He doesn't
protected
want-
room.
But this is the only protected room though.
He's
The two teenagers just ran up to the door and started banging on it and saying, "Oh, there's an earthquake."
That happened a while ago, I'm sure, but
Alright, I leave.
he
yeah.
never came up to the standing zone, so I assume he didn't care.
I assume he was like, "It's fine."
So the door closes behind you, and he hasn't gotten up from his desk, but you actually hear the lock on the door kind of click.
He needs a quiet moment.
And
We've given him a
you
lot
are
to
left
think about.
in the second floor hallway where there
I have not told him anything that didn't concern him. Directly. I am
where
a good person.
Well, I'm running the
That's
family,
where you
so
are.
everything concerns him.
the rest of the team is downstairs except for Coben, who is out in the street still waiting.
So we are in the conservatory.
Yeah.
Just sitting in awkward silence.
No, no, no,
No?
no.
I can search and see what they're doing.
Cinder is sitting in
Meanwhile-
awkward silence.
I'm pacing like, where the fuck is what?
So meanwhile, you three are in a small kind of sitting room,
Yes.
large kind of windows with the lights of the midday kind of pouring in.
He had his wand out, active,
Taking notes.
taking notes.
Yeah.
Should I go and like meet up with Coben? Like, what's the plan? What are we doing? Are we gonna break into the place?
I think we need to wait till Envy comes back.
Oh my god, where did she go?
I'm sure she'll be down soon.
Oh my god, it's been forever.
It's only been about 5 minutes.
It's forever.
Have you thought about trying meditation?
Like
I guess make my way downstairs.
sleeping?
You could sleep.
Yeah.
My sister likes to meditate. She makes me meditate sometimes.
About 5 minutes later, seems to be a short conversation.
Have you
hear
tried
Edvi's
active meditation?
footsteps.
Active meditation. Is it like doing stuff while you meditate?
Yes.
You can do that?
Mhm.
Fuck yeah, let's do that.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
show you. So yeah, well, so she'll start showing her like almost like Tai Chi meditating, like but quicker.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's very incredulous. She's just like, I thought you meant like productive things. What are we? Why am I'm a windmill? I don't.
Try speeding it up.
This is a weird check. Make a wisdom acrobatics check. Or athletics.
Okay, well, roll a 6. Do I add my...
If you're proficient with acrobatics or
Acrobatics?
athletics, then you add your proficiency modifier.
11.
Okay. Yeah. You don't really get it. It's not really like, but you feel, you can see how this could work with a little bit of discipline, because you do feel focused, and it has distracted you from your impatience.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So she shows you, and like she like doesn't really say anything other than like to give you directions and things, like even like all your complaints and stuff. She's just taking it, and then when like after a little bit, when you're like talking about like it being non-productive and stuff, she starts to show you. She's like, it can feel that way, but, and then she speeds it up, and you realize that all the movements you're doing, like as she goes, it's fighting.
Ah!
Like it's like
Okay.
swinging the leg out and taking out the leg. It's
Okay.
like
Let's
the
go multi-classes.
the slow movements of like the punches are actually the punches. Like it's
Very cool.
basically just martial arts slowed down
Right.
and exaggerated.
Okay.
You are in super easy mode.
I am. Yeah. You successfully distract her, so she shuts the fuck up.
That's all I wanted to do.
So-
And I wanted to meditate, so it worked.
So,
Win-win.
as far as Ben, as far as Connor's equipment, he has a spell book. Does he have a like? Does he take notes and stuff in his spell book, or does he have a journal as well?
He has a journal and a spell book.
Okay, is that in his inventory?
Is now.
Yes.
Well, you might want to add that and then take off like 10 gold for a journal.
Okay.
And that 10 gold,
10 gold.
will be representative of all the papers that you would need over time. And then, you know, I don't want to get nitty gritty with like, oh, it's a page per hour, whatever. But like, just keep in mind that I am aware that your books can fill up. Like your spell book can get full, your books can get full. So if you're constantly saying I'm taking notes and it's been like a long time, then I might have to revisit it and be like, you might be out of paper. You know, so,
I have multiple books.
you know, that's why they're,
Roll a check.
yeah.
Vincent had 5 spell books.
It makes sense, because Vincent's extra, so.
Well, Vincent also, like every spell book he found, he just kept it.
Why wouldn't you?
I know, he's just like, I can just keep all the spells in the spell book. Cool.
Actually, I have 2 spell books.
You do. You have the creepy spell book.
That's right. That's right, you do. Yeah.
It's not a creepy spell book.
That's a little creepy. I need like 2 more pillows over here.
Okay, it's a little.
Just use one of the pillows.
It's a little weird.
But I'm comfy, so I have just the right number of pillows.
Yeah, I need them.
It's okay to admit that it's creepy. Doesn't mean it's not informative.
Actually, that one might be enough.
It's
a
not
thick boy.
bad.
It
I didn't see it was bad, so it's creepy. Do you feel that things that are creepy
Give
are
me a
bad?
pillow.
You have tons of pillows behind you.
No, these are propping me
Oh,
up. I have
If-
just the
if-
right
if you
amount
need
of pillows.
if you need a backing, we can pull out your back for that chair.
Not right now, we can't.
No, but
Okay, in the future.
Oh.
then.
Okay, ladies, we're recording.
Then why do you
Yeah,
have
so they
such
can
a
see
negative
what a bitch you
connotation
are.
to creepy?
how whiny you are.
Why are you applying a negative connotation to it?
Okay. Thank you. I'm just putting my arm on it. I just need something to like.
Yeah,
arm
you've been at
rest.
work all day and you probably got stinky pits.
It's not an edge.
Oh, I'm gonna rub all over it. I'm gonna fart on it.
Children.
Get some ass stank all over your pillow.
And it said
Hope you
how.
get pink eye.
Do we need to pause?
No!
There's clearly a scene over here.
I'm not doing
And I have
anything.
3 people over here talking.
I'm not doing
I'm sorry, I
anything.
didn't realize you were still doing this. I apologize.
Don't blame me.
Anyway. Was that it? What's
Hmm? He was thinking a real long time about his answer, and then I think he got distracted by his bread, and now he's forgotten his answer.
okay.
So.
Yeah. Okay.
The moment has passed. It's
Okay.
gone.
Cool.
Right, make that 15 gold then.
Anyway,
How did it go from 15 to? Or how did it go from 10 to 15?
never mind. Good lord. I don't even know what to do with you guys. You guys are just you're all fucked. You're all fucked. Alright.
I'm fine.
Alright, listen, murder hobos. What do you do next?
Okay. We wait for Envy to come down.
She eventually
Cinder
comes
successfully distracts Valeth for a short period of time.
down.
Gives Connor some crap about his use of words.
Yep. So eventually Envy comes down.
Uh-huh.
You see them in this little conservatory.
Anyone else around?
Just these 3.
Where is everyone else?
Off
Well,
in our souls.
Koban is outside. He's
Waiting for us.
more or less kind of. Yeah,
No, I
he's-
meant like the people in the house.
oh, they're around. The kids are always around.
Okay.
So
They're just staying out of the conservatory.
yeah.
Okay. So I have to. And then see like Wayla's doing like a weird thing. So I have to tell you guys something that happened. I feel like this should be a group. The group should know.
Okay, let me talk about it while we walk.
Sure. Is it something you want to discuss out in town?
No. Actually, no. It'll be here. It'll be really quick.
Okay.
So right now the stable keep is in the he was attacked.
Wait, which one?
What the hell is his name?
Travern.
Travern.
Oh, he's a doucher.
Yeah.
Finally someone attacked him. What's that got to do with you? I'm surprised he's still alive as it is. He's kind of a snake, though.
Were you the one that had? Were you the one who attacked him?
Hold on, I'm trying to think of like.
How would Envy phrase that?
Huh?
Is it how would Envy
Every time
phrase this?
Envy pauses, Valeth, she's just diary of the mouth. She would just start talking about, yeah, you know that he has a scar on his hand from when he touched my ass when I was 16 and I stabbed him.
Yeah, no, I was the one that attacked him.
Good on you.
So there.
Do we need to help you bury the body?
There would be possibly like a trial for it or something.
You got caught?
And it was just like a kind of like a blindsided rage thing where it was for the mistreatment of the animals that he was doing.
That doesn't surprise me.
So we have to finish up what we're doing here in Diamond Lake. But also there's an opportunity to go somewhere. I don't remember.
To the Black Rock.
To Black Rock.
Wall keep.
Black Wall Keep.
Black Rock Keep, yeah.
Black wall.
Black Rock? You mean Black Wall?
Yeah.
That's where my mom is.
With
Allison.
yeah, he said that he was actually going to ask us to go with him. But he
Oh. When?
Soon.
Okay.
But also that there's things here in Black Lake that need to be finished up.
Oh, yeah, we can't.
Diamond Lake.
Damn it.
We can't leave yet. I mean,
Good lord.
got some stuff to finish up, but
So,
I mean,
I think you need to restart your Windows.
so we
blue
need,
screen of death.
so we should probably finish stuff up here in Diamond Lake quickly.
Wait, are you? I mean, not that they could stop us, but are you allowed to leave? Oh,
I mean, they could try to stop you, but
so I mean, what happened?
his face got burned off. So
You burned his face off.
Yeah.
Did you cut out his tongue? I would have cut out his tongue. He can't tell anybody what you did if he can't talk.
I don't know, like, you know, it was with acid, so like things could burn away. So
I mean, where is he? If he's just still at the stables, we could just sneak in. Cut.
no, he's at the guards took him to the St. Cuthbert.
The guards did.
The shield did.
The shield.
Well, he did actually.
I didn't carry them. I didn't carry anyone.
You did help actually carry her because
So, I mean,
because there was
okay.
only you and the one other shield person.
Did anyone see you do it?
No.
Okay.
No one saw me do it. The St. Cuthbert person said that I did it, but he didn't really see anything.
How does he know?
He's a jerk.
He is such a jerk. Sanctimonious prick. Okay.
So I just thought I'd let you guys know what
Right,
happened.
I mean, it would have been easier if you just killed him.
So, what happened after you talked to the Cuthbert people?
I mean, everything's fine. They didn't arrest you, right? So.
I mean, I think they they did like detain
Cinder
me
looks
for a
around
little
for
bit,
some tea.
but then the
They did.
She just
Okay.
has tea.
but then the
Allegedly.
Bahamut people like let me go because I
Okay.
didn't like read into the issue or something.
So, okay. I just want to make sure I understand what happened. So you burned his face off, but you didn't kill him or cut his tongue out. And then somehow the guard showed up and caught you.
Yes.
And they took you to Cuthbert.
So Stephen, why do you do this in and out of game? Why do you do this?
And they took you to Cuthbert. And Cuthbert somehow knew that you were guilty?
Yeah, because I was because
I mean, did you try to lie to him?
I did.
Okay. Yeah, he's really good at reading lies.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, like, you haven't lied to me yet that I know of. So either you're really, really good at lies or you've been honest with me. So, but he's pretty perceptive.
So yeah, so I thought that you guys know of the situation.
While you were at the Shield garrison, you didn't ask for Tobin, did you?
That's a weird question, but no.
That's a weird question.
You did.
I mean, he could have helped you probably, although he probably.
Well, you make
wasn't.
another deception check.
Ah!
I didn't ask for Tobin.
You
I
did.
asked if he knew Tobin.
Well, it's kind of the same.
Yeah, still, but
You're like, is Tobin here?
a lie of omission is still a lie.
Oh, no. So,
It's not an important roll, but if you're gonna just keep lying at a roll for it.
19.
Well,
Yeah, I believe it. I believe you. I mean, it would have been fine if you had. He probably.
Cinder doesn't care.
He might have helped you.
I guess.
I don't know if he would have been able to. He doesn't really.
I know you're lying, but
I mean, I don't think you've met him yet.
Yeah, I met him either. I don't know who that is.
So.
you all met him.
did
Well,
Oh.
I have
no.
not met him.
That's
No.
true. No,
These two
did.
haven't.
Yeah,
Just
that's right.
the three of us.
They did because they were walking along the path and saw him because they ran
Yeah.
into the guard when we
Meeting
first
one.
came into town.
Yeah.
Well,
Hasn't met. I don't know.
I don't. You know, there was no reason for you to remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was just a guard or a
Yeah.
shield.
Yeah, he's been mentioned casually a few times in conversation between Bailiff and so.
Oh no,
Bailiff's just
Envy
like-
hasn't met him.
No, I don't think so.
No, yeah, that's right. It was Coben and
Bailiff.
Yeah.
Bailiff. That
We met him on the way into town.
I got a 21.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Interesting.
yeah, I mean, that's fine.
So,
I asked because I
What did he
wouldn't
do?
want Tobin to be connected
mean-
to this issue.
but if he's a shield member and he responds to like this type of situation, that doesn't automatically make him connected.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally his job.
It also is permissible that since Envy does know Valeth, she might know of his brother.
I mean, if he hasn't been kicked out for being my brother yet, like, it's fine. Not that I mean, I haven't been home in a while, so it's not like I've caused a lot of trouble around here recently. So, whatever. Anyway, moving on. We're not talking about me, we're talking about you. So, what did he do? Because, like, maybe he threatened you?
Sound like it threatened you.
It sounds like he threatened you. Like, did he get really aggressive? Or maybe he was really pushy and he was like, ooh, baby. And you were defending yourself.
You know,
And you pushed him into a vat of fire. Like, you burned his face off? How do you burn someone's... I mean... She just starts thinking about the logistics of burning someone's face off.
I could burn some of these.
I know, I've seen what you do with your fucking fists. I've seen what all of you can do. Not maybe to the full extent, but like
Technically, oil from a lantern would burn someone's face.
but I'm just saying, like maybe it was self-defense.
we will work on that.
Okay.
Did you ever find out whose horse it was?
Try to tell me a lie. Maybe we need to coach you on lying.
Ooh, lie. Okay.
But make it believable. Like, try to convince me.
The real reason why I burned his face off is because he caught me sleeping with your brother in the stable.
My brother?
Mm-hmm.
Roll a deception?
Yeah, roll a deception check.
I mean, that's the whole point, right?
I mean, because you would know that it was alive, but you'd be like,
I know it's a lie, but
yeah,
I'm
but you'd be
looking for
a tell.
tells.
Yeah.
So I got it's insight, right?
Mhm.
8. She's not very insightful.
Yeah, no, my thing flipped over, so I got a 4.
What's your deception modifier?
I rolled a
Doesn't
4.
matter.
I got a 4.
It's irrelevant. I mean, Tobin is not heterosexual. Tobin wouldn't
Oh,
be
I
sleeping
assumed
with
you
a
meant
woman.
Brayden.
Oh,
Because I know Tobin's not.
He just said his brother,
Yeah.
so.
that's true. Yeah.
So I jumped to the heterosexual one.
Okay.
But she lies very poorly.
Yes, I see. So when you lie, okay, you have this cute little dimple. Very, very cute, but it twitches. So try to compensate by smiling a little bit on the other side, and then it'll just look like a nervous twitch instead of the towel.
So,
Maybe that'll help.
moving on from your poor deception skills.
Or you could like step on your foot. If you step on your foot, it'll trigger some of the same endorphins that lying, like the anxiety endorphins. Yeah. Bailiff just goes on a whole list of ways to fucking lie.
So we're finding Lana about wait.
Valeth. Okay, Envy. Keep a tack in your pocket.
See?
And
Exactly.
poke your finger with it when you tell a lie.
Yep. And no, not only when you tell a lie, but also when you tell the truth.
Okay.
So it's the same response every time.
But
So-
she wins.
So you
Yes.
kept asking about Tobin. Yeah, Tobin was the one that arrested me.
Insight check.
Deception check. Make an
Do you
insight
say it?
check.
Do you smile as you say it?
Damn it.
Well, if Envy uses any of our tactics, would she get advantage
I don't know.
since we're coaching her?
What tactic do you use?
The smiling one. Trying to offset
Yeah, you can
the...
do with it.
Okay.
With it.
Offset your twitchiness.
Yeah.
Just this once, though.
Okay.
What'd you get?
I rolled a 1.
Okay.
I rolled a 4.
I got a dirty 20.
Yeah, good for you.
It sounded pretty convincing.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I believe it.
Moving on.
No, but did he?
Shake my head now.
Some very good details to get would be
The insanity of this line of questioning is beginning to bore me. The easiest and simplest way to lie is to simply not hear from the room.
Said that.
Sticky.
Sticky.
We spoke about that.
Consume her with fire immediately.
But Cinder is like immediately on alert. Like her back kind of straightens, and she's like scanning the room.
That would be my quill. Wand.
You have the.
Why
Oh, that's
is
right.
the wand speaking to us?
You would allow such a being to address you directly. This knife-eared bitch should be serving you tea. Get her out of here.
Do you want to go in the lead box?
So you
I
have
shall be silent.
So you have a racist stick.
Does he know that you're part? What did you call him? Knife.
I guess he doesn't.
Ooh, knives for ears. That would be so handy.
Problematic Valen. The fun but issue cousin.
As a part of my order, one of the rituals I can cast imbues a tool that I choose with sentience.
And where does sentience come from?
You know that it's supposed to come from your own inner psyche.
And I say that.
So
Apparently
you,
poor breeding stock.
so you had, so you
I
had,
say that out loud.
so you had this thing with personality in you.
It would appear that I made a mistake in my calculations when performing the ritual.
And brought what into it?
You didn't choose to do it supervised since it was your first time?
So Connor, out of game, you know that you're fairly certain that you didn't make any mistakes. And running it through with Alistair last meeting, you recall, he said, no, you did everything as you were supposed to. You're certain that you didn't.
implied that-
Although, it's always room, you know.
You might also deny that that's a part of you.
No, he did make a mistake.
Yeah,
the,
because the quill was like, oh, you smudged these.
The quill found a mistake in some of his formula, but the mistake in the ritual wasn't ever made.
Oh, okay.
The quill promptly corrected his foolishness and all of his other spells, and he's been researching and refining it. And that's how you're going to learn all your spells, by the way. By the way, actually, I forgot to tell you, out of game, forgot to tell you news, you will not be choosing your spells. The quill will be teaching you spells, and I will tell you what spells the quills are teaching you. Or the quill is teaching you. Zalister.
Yay! Out of game, wizard sorcerer.
I mean, that doesn't stop him from learning spells he finds.
Right, yeah.
It just.
You can still copy spells into your spellbook, etc.
So I guess, does Connor then say that he made a mistake?
No.
Okay, so he doesn't say that.
He calls himself High Mage Theron High Mage Zalistar.
They always do.
So that's that.
So what do I call him? If I can't call him Sticky.
Zalistar.
Does he need to be referred to as anything? Is he not simply an implement?
I mean, and I just kind of lean over to Cinder and I'm like, I like Sticky because he hates it.
Did you put him? You didn't put him in the box,
No.
right? Okay.
He said he would be quiet.
Oh, I see.
Moving on. The details of ownership of all the animals in that particular stable would be very useful.
Yes, especially there is the angle if there was an animal that was being abused, and if it does have an owner, that owner might be more appreciative to your actions.
Also, if he's been doing this for a long time,
I need my notebook. My
then
spiral.
What
notebook
color?
and a pencil.
he has to have been paying off somebody not to put him in jail. Those payments have to go somewhere.
Is that something that they would be put in jail for here?
Animal cruelty. If Cinder wouldn't know this, but anybody else in
Yeah.
the Free Cities would know that if all animals, dogs, horses, whatever, are considered purely property. So if an owner came forward and said that you're damaging property, but you can abuse your own animals in the Free City and there's no charge against you. It's not considered cruel because you own the object. You can tear your own clothing. This is their mindset. I'm not agreeing with it, but you can tear your own clothing. You can kick your own dog. Like, that's how it's viewed. So,
Which is where the details of ownership come in,
I need a pencil.
are important.
I need a pencil.
That's a fantastic idea. And to that point, if we don't find anything, we could always rewrite a bill of sale and counterfeit it and make it belong to Envy. And then Envy would be justified in defending her property.
This is true. Or any of our property.
Yeah.
I think one of the key elements here would be the payoff money.
It might also be of us
Maybe.
to think if there is someone that greatly dislikes this Traver.
What do I know about this Traver?
If there's someone that greatly dislikes this Traver that's in a position of power, or looking
I
to
mean, he's
perhaps has a grudge against
He's
him,
a rat, but he pays.
we may not want to tangle with whoever he's been paying off.
Yeah. What do I know about him?
However, if there's a power struggle involved, it could be beneficial to us.
Well, first, before I answer any of those questions, I need a pencil. Somebody needs to give me a pencil.
I only have my pencil.
I have mine, you know.
You can't have my pencil. I'm sure there are more than just these pencils.
I am sure.
In fact, there's a drawer of pencils right next to Ben.
Is the one still in the little white basket with the property only? There was last week. I think you left it in there. In the front.
Where is it?
Oh, can I have my pencil back then? Ew. I didn't throw it at you like that.
So Coben, was he waiting? First,
He's
I
waiting for us.
I was under the impression that he was going to scout while
He was
we were
scouting.
waiting.
He was
And-
scouting, but
yeah,
also
well-
waiting for us.
Okay.
We'll
So
get
he
to
is
it.
actually scouting, right?
Yeah, as in like a meanwhile.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, I would say that we need to.
That's
think
why
about
Cinder
this.
wants to be rushing this, because if he's scouting, then he's doing something like that. That would be.
Oh,
her
I
reason,
see.
but-
I see. Yeah, I just don't want him to get into something he should.
Cinder has complete confidence that he will be perfectly fine.
I mean, I have confidence, but I don't want to be left out.
Okay, so meanwhile, and also actually going back, what you know about Travern?
Yeah.
He's a popular figure, not in the good sense, but like he's a popular figure because he owns one of the only stables in town, besides the Able Carter Coaching Inn, which is a general inn, and it houses or stables some horses and other things, but the Lakeside Stables is the primary stable of the town, and being it's kind of the only place to house a horse in the Diamond Lake town proper,
How does the inn feel about that?
it's not really like, because the Stable Carter Coaching Inn isn't known for taking on.
Oh, okay.
Like
so it's
horses.
not competition for him.
Yeah, it's not really a competition. Like, it's more of a convenience. It's more expensive to do at the Able Carter Coaching because they have limited space. But the Lakeside Stables are made to house long-term horses. So there are many people in the town that own horses or own coaches that, you know, whatever. They just house them there and pay him a fee and stuff. So being the only person that does that, he theoretically could get away with whatever he wants.
Now, is he the only person doing that because no one else has been able to start a business?
That you're unclear of. You wouldn't know. You've been away for a while. You're
Is
not
he
really.
he's the actual owner, or is there like a secret over?
As far as you know, he's the actual owner. Yeah.
What do I know about any shady dealings he may be involved in?
You can make either an investigation check or a history check.
I got a natural one.
Mm.
I've been out of town too long.
Yeah. And I mean, if you pointed to a lot of people that have any sort of power in this town, one of them is going to be connected to something questionable.
So, I mean, like, if we're looking for dirt on him, though, would any of us know where to start? No.
Not really, just any other traditional sense of
Scooby
looking
thing?
or.
Okay.
Seems to me this town cares less about dirt on someone and more about competitions.
I mean, sure. Like, the Shield and the Church of Bahamut and Cuthbert, like, they care. They're the only, like, law in town. The governors, if we could find some way to prove that he was doing something against Allison's brother, then he would make sure that, because he is not one to abide any kind of whatever. But he would Valeth be aware of his feelings towards the Twilight Monastery?
The governors?
Yeah. Like, just his dislike for them, even?
The majority of Diamond Lake does not like
I was gonna say, like,
Twilight Monastery.
because they all have a reputation. So, I mean, the fact that, I mean,
Shit
I don't
reputation.
care, but, like,
Yeah.
envy's a Twilight,
The
Yeah.
Twilight Monastery. So.
the
Even if it's at a
mayor,
disadvantage.
Lanod Neff, which is the mayor, like Sheriff Cubbin, and like the high rollers, like they've made no secret that they think that the Twilight Monastery has been plotting something for 5 years.
Yeah.
Like whenever they come to town, the guards get all
So,
kind of
Would
jumpy
it be
in.
beneficial? Would it be beneficial, Envy, I wonder, to present as if you had a strained relationship with your monastery?
Maybe. Or even if we could somehow spin it to say that this was the monastery's way of doing them a favor. Like if he was a liability, or if he was doing something against them.
Would they look on that favorably, though?
I think so. If we could prove that he was somehow like
Or would they see it as a, what would you call it, a flex move?
not if we
that
present
what
it
you would say?
correctly.
Power move?
Fuckboys say it, I think. Flex.
I'm not familiar with that term.
I'm not. Yeah. I haven't known. Yeah. Anyway,
What a fuckboy is.
go into great detail explaining.
Okay.
But my my point being, like, if we present it in the way of, we got the dirt and then we went to them and said, hey, you know, we were trying to do this favor because we really respect you, like, feed into their ego and, like, build them up and say, you know, we really like you guys and we know that you are very powerful and you're great. And dudes like that, like, fucking jack off to that shit. So, if we could do that, it might actually, as much as a dirtbag as he is, sorry, Connor, we could.
Absolutely no offense taken.
I know you don't like him either, but he is your uncle. we might be able to actually improve relationships with the Twilight Monastery and the town. Which might be good. If that's what we want to do. I see that more as a side benefit, and those who just want to keep you out of jail. And let's face it, it is a punishable by death offense.
I think the key is that whatever happens, this trial cannot end in anything guilty.
Exactly. And if we get the governor on our side, there's a higher chance that it won't. Because he is technically the law.
Who
in
was he
town.
talking to about the governor? Was it Cinder he was talking to about the governor? And he was saying that like he was talking to somebody last meeting that he wasn't a bad person.
Allison?
Yeah, Allison was talking about the governor to somebody.
To you.
Was it to me?
Yeah.
Okay, because I remember him talking to somebody about them. Like, he's not a bad person, like, but there's bad people that he listens to.
He said a lot of things about his brother.
Yeah.
You get the impression that he has some history with his brother, and he recognizes that his brother makes some poor choices, but he doesn't think he's a bad person, more or less.
Yeah, like, he's not like a cruel, evil person, like, out to be corrupt. He just,
according to Alliston,
is just living the life of being in the city, basically.
Yeah.
According to the rules of the city. I mean, as far as Cinder's concerned, this whole entire place is disgusting and gross, and everybody in it is corrupt and crazy, and
intrigue.
they're all, yeah, but
It could be worse.
yeah.
So, in the meanwhile,
But that doesn't mean we can't use it for it.
we cut to Coben and Scout. We go to the dynamic map.
I need sending really badly.
For that, you're gonna have to gain a few more levels.
You're gonna have to convince Sticky.
Or sending stones. We need those.
We need earrings.
Sure. First we'd have to have money.
So you just left. You've just parted ways with Bailiff, and you are now at the bottom of a small rise, which you see leads up through a small kind of a very old trail that leads up to this house on the hill, which you know just from hearing around, it's probably the first building or first house ever made in Diamond Lake. This would be the house of Ragnarlin Dowerstone, the first resident of Diamond Lake. And you see it's kind of a squat two-story building. It doesn't really even look that grand or anything. It kind of looks inconspicuous, I guess. But yeah, you're kind of sitting at a crossroad. What do you do? What are your plans?
I'm just gonna use Scout just to, like, I don't know exactly what's, like, outside or around the place.
What are you looking for?
Oh, shit. I don't know, just anything, really.
So you're having Scout, and he's in a rat form, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have Scout just kind of like scout around the property.
Yeah, and see if there's any, like, just any ways to look inside or anything. Just, I don't know. Nothing, like, crazy specific, just...
He says inside your mind, do you want me to go in?
Sure. Yeah.
Alright. And he says, Toodles! And then he just kind of runs up the path, and then you see him kind of disappear into some of the brown grass. And we are now as Scout, and I'll have you control Scout. So as you make your way through the tall grass, which I'm gonna put everything into perspective from Scout. So we're gonna assume that Scout is a medium creature. So when I say something is 10 feet tall to Scout, it's
Scout a rat?
Yeah.
So isn't he a tiny creature?
no, I know, but we're assuming from his perspective he's a medium creature. So when I say 10 feet tall, it's from his perspective. So
Oh,
it's
got
not-
it,
Yeah.
got it.
So
I see.
yeah, so you're walking through, 20-foot tall grass, and you're making your way through and up it to the house proper. You don't hear a lot of activity, but what I want you to go ahead and do as Scout is make a perception check.
Does he have a modifier?
Did we add him to your character sheet?
Well, I think so, but you can only like see like the name. I think.
He should be in a companion. Let me check. He should be in your companions. Let's see. Extras. Yep. Familiar. We have Scout and then
Extras
Scout
isn't on the app because it's in development still. So.
Well, yes. So his perception is +5.
Well, I only got 11.
Okay. So, as Scout is weaving and dodging between the grass and this main path up to the house, he comes to an enormous set of double doors that are closed. You see a couple of small, very small square windows. The entire house looks like it's not of like a human design. It's like a weird kind of cobbled hybrid. It's all stone, so it looks like a very small kind of castle, but the windows are perfectly square. It looks kind of odd, but it was made by a dwarf. You don't see anywhere in. You see that curtains have been drawn, and you can't see even if Scout was taller. You couldn't see in. But Scout does smell the smell of like cooking meats and vegetables coming from somewhere within the house. Like there's like an active like kitchen fire maybe.
Do you remember what we wanted from this guy? Even though you're not like with me, because I remember us talking about it.
Dower Stone. We wanted to see if we could find anything that would connect him to the death of Garavan Vest, Tish's father, who owns the other mine.
So I need to find a way inside that. If I can get inside.
Or to the Red Powder. Or someone named Filch.
So I'm pretty much at the front door.
Yeah, from Scout's perspective, you're about like 100 feet from the front door.
Does the place have like a basement or anything?
You could take a look around for one.
Because some houses that have basements have like that little like weird, well, not window, but whatever things are like the very bottom so you can see out. But
Oh, like sub-in, like windows
yeah,
that
I
are
don't know
in the
if
basement.
this
Yeah.
house would have
Something.
them or not.
What are they called?
Well, most houses have vents for their underspace, for the crawl spaces,
Yeah.
and they're just like little openings just to allow airflow.
Yeah, there's a word for them. Anyway, yeah. So as he begins to make his way around the backside to going to the left side of the house, he comes upon a metal and wood crafted gate, almost like a backyard gate, like a fence. There are slats enough that he could probably squeeze through and get into the backyard, but having taken a look around the house, you don't see any kind of access to like a basement from the outside at least. But you could maybe squeeze in through the backyard and see where that gets you, but you'd have to make an acrobatics check.
And there's nothing like around out back or anything.
No, the backyard area, quote unquote, seems to be like fenced.
Okay, well I guess I'll try and 50 then. Anyway.
Let's see, his acrobatics is just a +4.
That's 4. Oh, I only got a 7, so.
Okay, so it's at this point he begins to try to squeeze through, and he realizes that he's completely stuck.
Oh my god.
and he's stuck like halfway through.
Huh.
So, but it's also at this point he hears something coming from. So as he sticks his head through the slats, he could see all manner through now much shorter grass, but he sees through the grass like large metal objects, what maybe you would equate to like junk, I guess. You see some like old mining carts that are massive to Scout, some scrap metals, just generally like almost like a hoarder's backyard. But Scout hears something coming from the metal and a rustle and a massive well, make a perception check.
This is what, plus 5?
Yeah.
Didn't even roll, but I got 8.
Okay.
It just fell flat.
He oddly, as Scout is kind of like trying to get out of this situation, he hears a tiny rustle ahead of him, and he stops and he looks up and he sees a massive black and white cat
Oh no.
that has like kind of perched down and is slowly making its way toward Scout.
Surely the cat can't fit, right?
Yeah, but you're stuck.
Yeah.
So,
The cat can reach in.
I mean, he's half in and out of the gate, in and out of the fence. So, the cat can get him. Yeah.
Yeah.
What does Scout do?
Walk up and bite your head off.
I don't know what he can do. Let's see.
Yeah, it's at this moment Scout goes still and is beginning to think. Let's see. What did we ever determine the length of? Oh yeah, you're still within about 150 feet. You hear in your mind, Master, I'm stuck in the fence and there's a cat and I'm going to get eaten.
I have to see what he can do.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
You could dismiss him.
Does he have to be close to dismiss it?
Oh. The cat's getting closer and closer.
Okay, so if I dismiss it, do I have to like use it to re-summon him, or is that only if he dies?
Only if he dies.
Yeah, if you dismiss him, I'm not sure. Let's read because
If you have to do this with your range.
I don't know if I can have him if he can.
I think you also have to be a certain range to communicate with him, so.
yeah, he can. You have a telepathic bond within like a few hundred feet or something like that.
And I think it's the same for dismissing.
Yeah, let's see.
Like he has within 100 feet or something.
Do-do-do-do-do. Goes 100 feet of you, you can communicate with telepathically. Additional action, you can see. Okay, so your familiar has to be within 100 feet of you, and to communicate with it telepathically, and for you to look through its eyes. It doesn't say anything about the range in which you can dismiss it. When you dismiss it, it just goes into a pocket dimension, and then when you call it back, you can choose anywhere within 30 feet of you to put it. So yeah, that would be an option. You could just dismiss him. He would disappear from the slats, and then reappear in your pocket plane familiar, which I think. I think that the pocket familiar for your, the pocket plane for your familiar had a really interesting idea, and I wanted to run it by it. When you dismiss your familiar, or he dies, the double-bladed scimitar gets like a feathery like hawk like etching on it, and that's where Scout is actually stored is like in your blade when you dismiss him, and then when you call him out, the etchings kind of like come to life and then come out as Scout.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Anyway.
Yeah, just dismiss a bit because I don't want him to get clapped.
Okay, so yeah, the cat, losing some patience and getting that kind of look in its eye, begins to bound and leap, and you hear the screech in your head, and you consciously will Scout back into the blade, and you feel that kind of familiar, energetic hum in your blade, and you see Scout's kind of etchings, these hawk-like feathery wings appear on the blade, and you know he is safe.
And somewhere in town, a cat rams its head into a gate.
Yeah, the camera cuts, and you just hear a So you know that there might be a way in. You also did see, I should mention, Scout, when he got stuck in the gate before he saw the cat, there was a small back door. And there was a chimney near that area that was kind of like emanating that heat and some of that smoke. And the smell was stronger. So that's probably like the kitchen.
Do you think going to the chimney would be a bad idea because it's probably a fire?
Sure. Yeah, if you had 10 gold worth of incense, you could change his form.
I guess I'll just sit and wait and watch her activity, I guess.
Okay.
See if anything happens.
See if anybody like comes and goes.
Yeah.
How long would Coben wait?
Until they get here.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check as Coben.
Mm, 15.
15.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of minutes later, a stout dwarven woman comes around from the back of the house, and you see her kind of like coming down the road a little bit. So she comes from the back of the house, goes around, and she seems to be carrying a bundle of, or like a bunch of rugs and whatnot, and she seems to be walking down the path kind of toward you. Trailing behind her is a kind of fat white and black cat. And as they pass you, she kind of nods. She says, good day. Kind of giving you kind of like a weird look, because, I mean, you're sitting here in
Do
the
you
corner.
have to sign?
Sitting down. And the cat kind of like brushes up against her leg, and she says, come on, Tabby. And they continue down south toward down the road. Probably looks like she's maybe gonna wash some rugs in the river or something. You're not really sure, but she has some laundry essentially.
Ew.
That's how they used to wash clothes.
In this water,
Where else are they gonna do it?
Don't grab any other water.
it's gonna make it
That's
worse.
also where everybody empties chamber pots.
So
Yeah,
no
maybe you guys
swimming
should have
in the
taken
lake.
better care of your environment.
Then no swimming in the lake.
You want to swim in that lake anyway?
Yeah, you've never seen anybody swim in the lake. Even as kids that would want to or have briefly come out stinking. Have you ever been to Salt Lake City? Anybody? Have you ever smelled the water in Salt Lake City? Or in Salt Lake? We brought some home because it stinks, right? It smells really bad. But then we brought some home, and I opened the bottle at home, and it smelled like sewage water. Because it's so salty and gross in that lake. Like, you wouldn't want to swim in it. Yeah, this is really gross. So, it's kind of like that. Shout out to Salt Lake.
I'm sorry,
Anyway.
where's your stinky water?
Yeah, so she's the only activity that you've seen come in or out.
Someone must be in the house too.
Yeah, she seemed like a servant or something.
else I could really do. So obviously not. I'm just gonna like knock on the door and like go in and be over you.
Are you gonna go up and knock on the door?
No.
Uh,
It's just weird and random.
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior? Paylor the Dawnfather.
And
There's nowhere for me to move the monitor, Ben.
plus, I don't even know who this guy really is.
What about the table?
It's already over as much as it can be. There's these bars I have to consider too right here to get in the way of my chair. So. So you're just gonna wait?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now that the cat's gone,
That's true. I guess I can do another 10th.
yeah, you can, or you can wait. It's up to you.
Can I even use dismiss again if something happened?
Yeah, you can always dismiss him.
Okay, then yeah, fuck it, I'll try it again.
Okay.
That's a free will action.
Yeah. So it's basically just an action. Yeah, you just kind of will, and the etchings on your sword begin to move and flap like wings. And Scout first comes out as a hawk, because I'm gonna say his main form he is a hawk.
Yep.
Actually, he's a special kind of hawk. He's like a what we would call what's the word for it? They're hawks from Sormir. They bind to you. This probably wasn't mentioned in lore, but like there's a type of hawk in Sormir that are used as like companions and messengers, probably for like important enclaves. But it's that kind of hawk. I want to say like it's like a Valinor hawk or something like that, but
Maybe a star hawk.
it was a star hawk. Anyway, so the etchings move, and he comes out as a hawk, and then resumes his form.
I guess it depends on what color they are.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what their name would be.
yeah. And he is now a Ratigan.
See this fat ass can fit the thing again.
All right, so he goes back up to. Go ahead and see if he can make it this time. First, make a perception to see if he senses any danger or any other issues.
I got 11 again.
Okay. Yeah, this time being more cautious, he doesn't hear anything. He goes up to the back part of the gate. He begins to look around for maybe bigger areas, and he finds one that's maybe a little bit bigger, so he'll try that one. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check to see if he can
Lose
squeeze
plus
through.
4.
Yep.
Oh, but I had natural 20.
Okay. So he has chosen well. He is fit through like Gus in Cinderella. He has fit his fat little body through. Yep. Flop. And he is now in a sea and mess of discarded cloths, metals.
He has reached rat heaven.
Yeah, I mean, if he were a real rat, this would just be a great place to live. Like so many things that climb around and hide and nest and everything. But anyway, yeah. Now that he's in here, you see a whole bunch of junk kind of lying around, and you see that one back door that is closed. It's a simple, single pane. Looks fairly thin, like a thin door with a very simple handle.
Yeah, I didn't know if anyone's home or not.
Not sure. How would Scout determine that?
I'd probably scurry around, sit right, and see if he just hears anything.
Okay, so make a perception check
Okay.
as he's listening for the inside of the house to see if he can hear any.
Oh, I got 19.
Okay.
Plus 5.
Okay.
I was 1 inch away from a natural 20 because it landed right in the middle, but...
So as he scoots closer and he stops and he listens, he scoots closer, and I imagine this little scene of this junkyard with this little rat that just kind of comes out and then hides, getting
Yeah.
closer and closer to the house. He does begin to definitely smell some sort of cooked food, and he hears a muffled, two muffled voices coming from close to that door. What languages do you speak?
Common, Infernal, and then Sylvan or whatever, the elf one.
Common.
Okay.
What?
Common, infernal, and then the elf one that we.
Okay. So you hear two female voices kind of mumbling in a language that Scout doesn't recognize or understand. And they seem to be just casually talking, kind of going back and forth. And then you hear like a clattering of like a pan. Yeah, you hear some utensils kind of rattling around. Some sort of like meal is being prepared.
Yeah.
Scout thinks. So there are people inside.
And how big is the place?
It's
Like 2
from a
stories?
human perspective, it's a 2-story, moderate-sized house. So it has maybe a couple of bedrooms.
So it has upstairs.
Yeah.
So we can get upstairs.
I mean, rats can climb.
Yeah. But without being noticed. Because I don't know exactly where the stairs are compared to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Because I want to look for some kind of like, if I can see like an office area. thing.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, with his previous perception check, he didn't notice any like particular like obvious layout spots, but I mean there are a couple of like squat windows on the second floor, but he can't tell from his size and his height if they're reachable. But it's not a smooth stone. He could climb it, but it would be difficult. And there's, I would assume there's some sort of scraggly kind of, not vines, but scraggly vegetation that makes it a little easier in some spots. So he could try to climb, but again, yeah.
Yeah, upstairs.
Yeah. Is he generally just looking for a way into the house?
Yeah.
Okay, so make an investigation check then. As he's trying to piece together where the best places to go in are. Let me check his investigation. Would just be an intelligence, I think. Let's see. Extras. Scout. Intelligence is. His investigation is a -1.
Wow. Nope, I got 17.
Total?
Yep.
That's pretty good. So he begins to scout around the back, and as he gets to the back corner, so if he's facing the back of the building, the bottom right corner, there actually is, amongst several piles of debris, a chewed hole in the back of the house where Scout, as a rat, would know that probably other rats or mice have chewed their way in. Make a perception check. He could easily fit in here, obviously, but make a perception check.
And it was +5?
Yeah.
17, so 22.
Okay. So as he kind of peeks his head in and looks around, and using his ratty dark vision, he looks around, and it looks like most of this area has been like stuffed with like rocks and rubble. But there's one particular thing that kind of catches his attention, is a giant, vicious-looking mouse trap. Several of them, actually, in a small kind of open area where somebody's clearly had issues with like rats and mice. But what Scout also notices is that one of the traps has been set off, and there is a mouse body corpse that's rotting there. But there is a path that has been moved through the rubble, and mice or rats have gotten through and are smart enough to avoid the traps. Well, most of them weren't. So he could squeeze through there. That will be an acrobatics check, though.
That one's +4. Fuck. I'm gonna get 8.
8.
Yeah.
Okay. So it takes quite a bit of time, and let's see, are you trying to maintain telepathic link between him at all times? Because that would require you to get a little closer to the house, because now he's more than 100 feet away from you.
Yeah. Like, how far away is...
Let's see, he is currently right here, and you are about let's see, 50, here's 50 feet. you want to be in this general vicinity, like there-ish. Remember, this all isn't a scale, but like, yeah. So you would have to be no longer as inconspicuous as you were. You'd have to be just hanging around Dowerstone's property.
Is there like trees or anything?
Yeah, there's a couple of small trees around that you
There's
can
also
kind of...
like a building there.
Yeah, you're more visible if you because this is all kind of on kind of a hillside because this is a hilly town. You're more visible if you're standing and walking around up there from the bottom.
And I'm pretty sure I still don't have my armor on. So I won't have a disadvantage in stealth.
Okay.
So, I'll just try
So
and
are you
find
gonna try to hide out and
Yeah.
stay within Link?
Sure.
Okay.
Please. God damn it, I got a 6.
So as you're trying to find a good place to hide out, Scout's been informing you that he's stuck again in the bottom entrance, and he's scrambling. He said he thinks he can make it there. He just needs some more time.
Uh-huh.
It's about that time that the four of you come upon where Coben was.
I swear I left him right here. How far away is he from us?
I didn't get that.
It would be. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get the. Why did these break?
It's okay if I get caught. I was just looking for branches or sticks.
There we go. Okay, so Envy.
What?
You actually hear a bit of a commotion from some shrub and a tree closer to the house, up on the hill, the Dowerstone residence, and yeah, you kind of walk up there a bit, and you find Coben.
Okay.
His stealth was abysmal.
I'm looking for sticks.
Yeah, sure. And Cindy's at Alliston's, being detained. So,
Then
So he's fairly close to the house.
yeah, you guys are about 100 feet from the house.
If Andy points it out, I'm not going to approach him because
Okay.
I don't want to have all of us out hanging around this house.
Yeah.
So Cinder would hang back regardless,
Okay.
like near the road,
Yeah.
so that just looks like she's on the road.
Yeah, I think I'd do the same.
Okay. Put him up here. It's all just for visual continuity. It's not like where you guys actually are, but
Yeah.
alright. So, what do you guys do? You didn't get anything from Dowerstone's place. Your
not yet.
fat rat kept getting stuck.
Yeah.
Well, if you hear commotion, that means that we know what Coben is, right? So I walk up to Coben.
Yeah, this isn't a particularly busy area. Like, it's the road to the cemetery. Not a lot of people are like going in there.
Can I, sneak up to it?
To Coben,
Yeah.
make a stealth check.
Is he currently seeing through his familiar's eyes? Okay.
No, he was moving closer so that he could connect with him again.
Terrible.
I think he's cut out for this rat life.
Maybe he should choose a different.
Maybe he should just be a hawk.
Maybe he should be a mouse.
Oh,
Need to,
no,
need
so
to
it's
lose a little
21.
bit of weight.
Or a small bird.
Rats is perfect for this kind of town.
He doesn't
Rats
notice you.
everywhere.
True. There's also mice.
Oh, hummingbird.
They make
I
a
tell
lot
the
of
rest of
noise.
the group to wait that close to where Cinder is on the map, and then I sneak up to Coben,
Ooh, what's that really tiny owl?
and I
Pygmy owl?
get up next to him, and then I just go,
They have
so
great
what'd you find?
day vision. Pretty
Totally
conspicuous.
intending to startle him.
Well, you see,
Should just be a cockroach.
Scout's fat and keeps getting stuck.
Cockroaches can get in anywhere.
Cool.
Yes. But am I like? Is he inside?
Probably won't kill it.
So,
But he's inside.
oh, he got in the house?
Yes.
More or less, yeah. He's working his way in
What
through a
did
mouse
find?
tunnel.
Nothing yet. There's a lot of mouse traps.
Of course there is.
He's in dungeon
He
right
almost
Yeah.
died from cat. But he didn't.
He's
He
dodging all
almost
the
got
traps.
eaten by a cat.
Yes. But they got mouse. Okay.
Okay. Well, you're doing a really bad job hiding, and you're really close to the house.
Well, you see, I was looking for sticks. For no particular reason.
You need you both to make stealth checks.
You need to shut up.
I was like at 11.
We need a stealth mission. Let's send the
I also got 11.
We both.
Well,
I rolled poorly.
It's not that bad.
You hear a voice from the second floor of the house. Can I help you? And you see,
And I immediately
like
roll on top of Coben, like we're making out.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah,
And pop my head up and go, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed.
I'm gonna say anything.
Bailiff, is that you? Told you about being in this damn bush. Get in my bushes.
Am I close enough for him
Get off
to
my lawn.
for Scout to hear me?
you can telepathically communicate with him.
So I can tell him if he wants to, because he knows what we're looking for, I guess.
Mhm.
And just tell him to like
Every time.
find shit out and then come back because I
Bailiff's been
can't
found out in every bush.
like give him order.
Every bush and Diamond
just
Lake.
get out when he can.
Don't tell Val.
He, you see this like older dwarf. He's not an old man by any means, but he's older. And I will show you a picture of him.
Excellent.
It's only about 300.
Yeah.
It's a peeping Tom dwarf.
He is now.
Not peeping Tom if they're on your property.
Also true for
Fair. Yeah.
Bess.
Let's see here. Open up. Here we go.
Open the door.
Open the door. It would be just faster if we could do it this way. Of course.
Can't look that scary.
NPCs.
Don't have stuff on.
Almost.
He's trying. There we go. So you see this man, this dwarven man, hanging out his window. His head is kind of peeked out, eyes locked on both of you, and he says, "Valeth Vasari, as I live and breathe."
Well, hi, Dowerstone. Do I call him Dowerstone or do
I
I?
don't know. What do you call him?
What's his first name?
Ragnolin.
What is it?
Ragnolin.
Ragnolin?
Hey there, Stone.
Do I know him super well?
Okay.
No. I mean, the mine managers in Diamond Lake are kind of like nobility, but not in the same like classical sense. So he's very like
would
well-to-do.
she refer to him as like Mr. Dowerstone? Sir Dowerstone, probably?
Ooh,
That would be
Their
Can I
relationship.
tell what window he's peeking out of?
Yeah. So
Good call.
looking at the house, he is. Let's see, bedroom. Yeah. So he would be the top right one.
So I need to get Scout in there while he's busy.
I say, oh, Sir Dowerstone. Hi. It's been a while. I'm so embarrassed. This is my friend, and I like try to fix my hair, and my clothes a little bit.
Perhaps you should just run away.
We'll go. We're gonna go.
Funny place to be choosing to make out to your sweetheart on the property. Is there anything I can help you with?
Can we hear this?
You can hear, you can hear a man's voice in Valeth, and
Okay.
exchanging words, but it's.
I-
your-
Yeah, Cinder's gonna start like walking away, like I'm just passing on
Passing
this door.
through.
I have
Well-
we have no interaction with them.
Nope. Yep. Good
Not
call, good
part
call.
of that group.
Well,
And she's gonna pull you too long.
I mean,
This isn't a busy place.
it's not a very busy area, and I was kind of hoping that everyone would be about, in the taverns and stuff, in the town proper, not here.
You're an adult woman now. You know, there's places like the Emporium.
Where you could be employed.
And I'm impulsive sometimes, and I'm so sorry. It won't happen again.
Alright. See that it doesn't.
Of course.
He's still staring. He's ended the conversation clearly with his demeanor, but he's still staring out the window, like hanging out and like watching you.
And I like pull Coben up. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, we just
Honey?
got,
And we walk away.
Okay.
just got another.
Do you actually leave, or do you?
I go as far as I need to get out of eyesight.
Sure.
And then as soon as we're out of eyesight of the house, I'll like stop and be like, "You're a terrible hider."
Yeah. But it's fine.
Well, that did not go exactly as I'd hoped. We didn't get any intel.
So Cinder's gonna go down that little road and kind of towards that intersection, like just kind of far enough away from the house, like toward that little intersection where they could catch up.
Yeah, so that's what.
But we could start loitering a little bit
Sure.
without looking suspicious.
Yeah.
Which house?
It's the one right next to the cemetery. That's the one they were at.
Ah.
Yeah. Like the
Scouts
little house
live
icon.
there, so
So eventually you all catch up.
Yeah.
The stakeout was clearly a wash. I mean, Scout's
Did
still
he
in
seem to
there.
buy it?
Make an insight check. And just remember, I will always roll whether they're lying or not. So
Yep.
I'll know if
That's
he
fine.
dies regardless,
12.
right?
12.
Yeah.
It's not his first rodeo with telling kids to get off of his property, so
Sure.
it's not uncommon.
Get off my
Although you're not a
lawn.
kid anymore, he's familiar with you and your antics, so you think he probably bought it.
Yeah. Okay.
Get off my lawn.
Yeah.
Stop fucking on me grass!
I imagine there's probably people that, like, since the cemetery is like one of those places like to get into,
Yeah,
like that might use his bushes and things to like hide in and
yeah.
try to get over
Yeah.
the cemetery.
Scout just needs more time.
Yeah, so now you don't know what Scout's doing, whether he'll be
Yeah.
successful or not, so I'll give that some
You'll
time.
know if he dies.
Sure.
My rolls have not been nice to me.
All right.
Should we
Well,
roll the app?
so as soon as like we're out, like I'm like okay, and we try to catch up with you guys. So
We heard voices.
yeah, Dowerstone totally caught us loitering in his yard and yelled at us to get off his property.
And making out with your first recourse.
Yeah.
I mean, try to
Why
pretty
else
smart.
would you be there? It's either fucking sneaking around to do shiesty shit, or a boy and a girl. Come on. Those are the only two reasons people fucking hide and sneak around.
Veil.
What?
I suppose you could have been looking for your rat.
Yeah. I was looking for a rat, alright. Anyway.
It'll be fine.
Well, was the plan then to go to the observatory after this?
Yep, that's the next step. Are we all, like, okay, hang on. Are we all good? Like, health-wise and everything?
No.
No.
I mean, you guys took a short rest to gain some health, but
But
you had
spells
just
and
taken
stuff.
Yeah, you
Any
have to
spells
wait.
that were done in that orc fight, you guys can't take another long rest for a while. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Well,
has to
I don't
be,
have
like,
any spells, so
tonight. When
I
you
mean,
get
Cinder's
rest.
fine.
I'm good because
I wasn't in the fight.
Yeah, I don't have anything to cast, so
I think you used some stuff to regain some spells. I don't know how you are with spells.
oh,
Yeah.
you're good. Okay.
So I think everybody's good.
So I just want to make sure we're
Except
not
you.
walking into it like.
Then you.
He doesn't use
What?
spells. And she was fine.
He
She
uses
doesn't have
spells.
spells either. Well, I know, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
How are
That's
you
other
with
stuff.
your spell slots and stuff? You're good.
I'm fine. I'm pretty sure.
Basically, what that would translate into a conversation of like, does everyone feel prepared?
Because
Just in case it gets weird.
we
Yeah.
took a short rest after the whole bar incident, right? Yes. I'm
Yeah,
fine.
because you almost died,
Yeah, I'm
but
fine.
now you're better.
Yep, I'm fine.
And Envy healed you a little bit before.
Yep, I am fine.
Okay.
How did you get that spell slot back?
I'm.
she has a feature. The
Yeah.
divine thingamajig or whatever.
Yeah, basically allowed Envy to use the spell and then regain it.
Yeah, because I'm a cleric.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
It's what we do.
Alright.
Clerical bullshit.
Well, because, I mean, that's really, like, obviously I want to go to the observatory.
Well, we're also on a bit of a time crunch now.
And by the way, the observatory is up here.
Yeah.
Where?
It's up at the Standing Stones. I almost just went there myself, but I decided
Well,
not
I
to.
mean, I also need to check in with the
It's also
hot
right
stuff.
next to the abandoned mine,
Hack.
the observatory.
An
good.
hour has passed. It is
Perfect.
3 p.m.
So nothing from Scout.
So, and Hawk
Well,
is
during the whole exchange.
in town still watching,
Presumably.
presumably. And where is that in regards to where we are now?
You don't really know where Hawk or Grover
No, I know, but the bar.
Oh, where you guys are right now, let's see.
Because I was going to go check on that as well, but
The feral dog is right here.
The bar that you're not allowed anymore.
yeah.
Ever again.
Probably.
Where you guys are also still technically wanted.
Yeah, no. We're going to go to the observatory.
Look at this. Yeah, I know. Look at that.
Yeah, we're always
Okay.
living in
We
leather.
are back. Let's see. Alright, so
We're off to see the observatory.
yeah, so you guys are good. You don't want to take a long rest or anything like that?
But we couldn't take a long rest.
Well, you can't until like tonight, but
I mean, yeah, we could go fuck around if there's any reason to not.
I would really like to move along, and I'm done fucking around.
I mean, I could always.
Me as Angela am done fucking around.
Sure. Yeah, no,
But-
I'm good to go to the observatory. I
Okay.
don't have any reason not to.
Cinder is more concerned that we will not have time because Envy is going to get arrested.
Yeah.
So
Gotta put my armor back on.
Where are we going to?
the observatory.
When are we going to rifle through Travern's records?
That's the other thing is we have to decide when we're going to do that. I'm assuming after the observatory.
I mean, that's up to you guys when you want to do that, because
Right now, it's a live, active crime scene.
yeah, I would assume because it just happened this morning. So
Well, I think could we have skirted past there on our way to meet up with Coven to see if they were still actively
the observatory or the stables?
Uh-huh.
I mean theoretically, but you didn't.
Okay.
well, are we still making our way to the observatory?
Yeah, like could we?
Well,
How
yeah,
far away
so-
out of our way is it?
The stables are right here.
Oh, like way over the fuck over there.
Yeah. So, and you guys were over here,
Yeah, we'd have to make a detour.
Alliston's is.
where you guys are at right now, and then
Okay.
the observatory is up here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So we can check it after the observatory then.
Yeah, I mean theoretically, on your guys' way out, you'll see the stables if you follow the road, or you can just cut across and go up the hills.
Which is my preference.
So,
'cause I'm a
so it's up to you guys.
I mean, the less people who see us going anywhere,
Yeah, I mean, there's also the other thing of like the guards were hunting you guys earlier about the orc thing too,
Right.
and we kind of skipped on that, and so that whole courtyard area is a little bit of a hotspot for everybody but me.
Yeah.
And me.
And you. Me and Connor could walk through there and scout things and be perfectly fine, I guess.
Whatever, it's fine. Let's go to the observatory. We're cutting through the shortcut.
You have the Albert with us?
No.
Okay.
Cindy was sleepy, so she's taking it now.
Cindy's in timeout.
Yeah. Okay.
So she's
So
going with us when we leave the city.
She's like a WoW horse. She's stabled right now. She's just a collectible.
She's not. Don't you be like mean to my Cindy Bear.
She even has a name of a collectible.
Yeah.
she sure does. So as you approach from the south, this old observatory, you see kind of a squat little building with a kind of a bulbous, like 3-story, like quote observatory tower in the back. You notice that the path up, and let me get over here. The path up kind of winds and switches back, and eventually, when it leads closer to the house, it becomes stone steps.
Okay.
You don't see any activity around or outside. Like, the map isn't obviously to scale, so this is actually more remote than the map would lead you to believe. Like, as you're on top of the observatory, you can see Diamond Lake, but it's like hundreds
Very
and
far
hundreds
away.
of feet away. Yeah. So
I
pretty
would like to be separate from the group so that I can stealth ahead
okay.
to check for red flags, traps, issues, concerns.
Okay. So let me see a marching order here. You're up first in front, obviously.
This chair.
Okay. Let me put everybody back. Who's kind of behind her, a ways back?
Probably me, because I have a faster walking speed.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll be like back because I can see anything.
But, like, you slow down so you can stay with the group, right?
I mean, I'm with the group. Maybe someone ahead of the group.
You're not forcing us, the rest of us, to speed walk to keep up with you, right?
No. She's just walking a little bit ahead.
Alright.
Baylith's way, way ahead.
Yeah.
But
Scouting.
Only like 20.
Cinder doesn't do a whole lot of talking with the group, so.
And I wouldn't go too far ahead until we were like closer. Like, so if we wanted to chat and have any conversation.
No.
Honestly.
No.
I mean,
Makes it clear.
if
Yeah.
you talk to Cinder, she will talk to you.
Let me make it day, since apparently the day thing didn't work.
I think that Valeth, unless anything else came up, would just continue like giving deception tips to Envy.
Yeah, now and I'll welcomely take them.
Let me check and make sure it's working now.
I hear a lot of people accuse them of misconduct.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. So, as you make your way up the dirt road, these stone steps, the whole place looks fairly, like, run down. There are no windows on the bottom floor to note. As you come up and you crest the hill itself, you see a small wooden door right there on the bottom of this staircase. It's like a little closet type thing underneath the stairs that go up to the main front door. Yeah, and you see that the stairs, they rise to a wide landing, and there are 2 huge wooden doors up on top of that landing that you can see from where you're at.
Which would be the actual entrance.
Yeah, the actual entrance is up the steps. The doors, they have some sort of like pattern, and it looks to be like a dark blue color, but you can't really see much without actually getting up there. And then, like I said, below you see an unremarkable wooden door. Leads to like a tool closet or something underneath the stairs. So what do you do? Oh, go ahead and make a stealth check.
It would be funny if Alliston's actually the culprit behind all this.
Well, it's not bad. Okay, 17 plus.
It's actually just a crime boss.
That is a total of
Your uncle's actually the good guy.
Plot twist.
24.
24. Okay. So describe to me what your next moves are.
What my next moves are?
So you're up there and you feel
Wanna
confident in
move
your
like
stealth.
Jagger.
That's what you see.
So I'm gonna go up to the under door.
Okay.
And listen for noises, movements.
Make a perception check.
What is the max? 17?
17. You hear a slight movement from within, almost like somebody like moved a shovel handle like against the wall or something. Just it was very brief. It was like a clink, like there was some sort of movement inside.
Okay. Are there any seams or holes that I could still look in?
The door's fairly like simple, so it does have like some slats, and you do have your night vision goggles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you could look through, but it would be a disadvantage. Otherwise, you'd have to like open it and look. But otherwise, the cracks are very small. But you could look. You could try.
Okay. I want to try.
Okay, perception check disadvantage.
Oh, a 19 and a 2. That's a 6.
6. Yeah, you're kind of pressing your eyes, and you give your eyes a moment to adjust because the afternoon sun is kind of like glaring. It's actually kind of helping you a little bit because the sun's kind of like giving you a little bit of light in there, but you don't see anything. You see the very ends of like a couple of shovels. You see let's see. Yeah, a couple of shovels, like lawn equipment.
Okay.
A little storage
But I
shed.
did hear movement.
Yeah.
I'm gonna climb up to the other doors.
Okay.
Can I tell if it's locked?
The bottom one?
Yeah.
Yes, it is locked.
Is this the front door?
No, this is the door below the steps.
Okay.
The front door goes up the steps and then on like that little landing.
Okay.
So you see her
Check the bottom door and
then kind of toddle off toward the stairs and make her way up.
So that's like a service entrance.
I don't know. Meanwhile, while you see her kind of disappear, because remember this is all kind of hilled, so you kind of see her disappear and closer to the stairs, and then you see her head kind of poking up as she's walking up and she's sneaking. What are you four doing?
So I'm gonna hunker down right there, like kind of on that ridge, like how the wall comes up. I'm assuming that's like down, like on the stairs, like how there's a retaining wall.
Yeah. It's probably like 3 feet high, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll just kind of nestle down, and I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for her to come back to tell us that, like after she's finished scouting.
Okay, yeah, and you can see her clearly on the landing. The landing has like a stone, almost. It looks beautiful if it were like kept, but it's these like really intricate like stone archways. Not archways, but the balustrade. Yeah. Anyway, but it has motifs of like suns and moons that are carved into it. But it's all kind of mossy. Some of them are chipped and cracked. Some of them are missing. But it's in general fair, but it's really pretty. What's your stealth check?
Was dirty 20.
Okay. But you can actually see the four of them down on the path from your vantage point.
Except for Cinder, you don't see her at all. She just turns into you see a weird clump of grass.
Yeah, with blonde hair.
Yeah.
That grass looks elven.
Is that
elven
door
grass.
locked?
Very out of place.
Is that door locked?
Yeah, so when you get to this door, you see a huge double door with an enormous round moon carved with a lunatic's jabbering face. And the door itself, what you thought was like blue wood, is actually just this thick blue moss and mold that have covered the door itself. But the face looks like, so it's like a big, it says round moon, but like imagine like a big crescent moon, and then the side of the crescent moon is like this kind of like crazy, like haha, like laughing.
Like that animation.
What?
That way.
And it doesn't, you don't see like a padlock, but quietly trying the door, it does seem to be locked, yeah.
But the other door didn't have any moss or anything on it.
No. It was just a simple
That's
wooden
sure
door.
we're gonna eat soon.
And the simple wooden door did have a padlock on it. So, the one below.
I'm gonna sneak back to the group. Back up to Cinder and be like, and just tell her everything that I observed. I'm gonna go back. I think our best way is to start with the service entrance, even though I heard movement, because it could be rats, it could be nothing, but
Could
that
be
moss
one they're
creeps me
using.
out.
I mean, if there's moss, it's likely one they're using.
And I mean, we still do have the theory. Yeah. And there's also still the theory about dead people. So, this would be a good way to see if that's where maybe people's bodies are being stored. If I were a crazy body snatcher, that's where I'd store them.
I have a thought that if this has an undercroft, like Aliston thought, and we are very close to that abandoned mine,
They're connected.
they could easily dig into that mine and be utilizing the mine, and then access to beneath the city that no one else would be aware of.
Yeah, like a secret passage from a house or something.
That's true.
So no one can see people come up here.
No one would even think of the observatory.
Do you think that we should go to the mine and look for that, or should we just continue this?
Do this.
Okay.
I have a
gonna
feeling
go-
we're not going to get out of here with that fact.
Yeah, I'm kind of not expecting to either. Although I do need Filch alive. I have questions. Just throwing that out there.
What does a filch look like?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I got the name off of another dead body, so. I can tell you what that would look like.
Wasn't that one just a hair?
Oh no, this one was an actual dead body in the Free City. Anyway, and on that note, whispered conversation. I'll creep back up to the
Yeah.
undercroft door. That I think that's the undercroft door.
I guess I'll follow her this time.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm gonna be
Sure.
looking for any kind of arcane traps or other potential barriers before I start to pick the lock.
Is anybody else following her?
I give her some space,
Yeah.
but I want to be vigilant.
Yeah, I'll hang down there. I guess.
While she's looking for
What is the grid spacing on this?
It's 5 feet.
Okay.
Do you want me to make the grid lighter to see it?
Yeah, if you could.
while she's looking for arcane traps, I will help and use my mage sight.
Nice.
Okay. Oops, that didn't work. A moment.
My eyes, I cannot see.
Is that better? You want it lighter?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So yeah, each square is 5 feet.
What are all these things that have popped up
What?
on the screen?
What are you talking
All the numbers.
circles.
about? Oh, those are my room numbers.
Oh, okay.
I can get rid of those. Those are my map notes.
I was like, there are things that I shouldn't be seeing on there.
Nah, they're not telling you anything.
Mochi!
Let's see. Where do I turn that? Here we go.
Why are you so cute?
Mochi?
Oh, not Mochi. I meant Riley. Mochi's
You don't
cute
even
too, but-
know. Ugh. Of course.
All I have to do is listen to Matisse when he comes in. And that is my indicator of how cute a cat is how high she squeals when she sees them. Or if she does that, and does a little dance.
Oh, interesting. They go away when I...
Like, Matisse is literally the most adorable person.
Weird. Okay.
She loves you guys, too. She's like, they're always so nice. She's like, especially Brian.
Obviously, she's.
So you're looking for traps. And you're going to use your mage
She's
sight?
nice because he has cats.
Okay, so
And
you're
you are
going to
nice
stand
with
up there
her.
with her.
You don't yell at her.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. You can go ahead and do it with advantage because he's... Are you proficient in investigation?
Yes.
Okay, so you can go ahead and make it with advantage as you're looking for traps. You kind of peel back the veil and you don't sense any magical items or anything within
Oh,
the
that's
site.
right. You just suck on it.
Oh.
Except for what you
looking for
expect.
15.
Magical traps.
Right, well
Ooh,
the
should be here.
the mage...
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's knocking at the door. The mage side doesn't
That's
reveal
why I
traps,
said
it just reveals magical auras. Or things that are magical. So, you don't see any...
If there's a magical trap, wouldn't there be a magical aura?
Not necessarily, but most likely. And there is no aura, like
Okay.
I said. Twice now. What'd you get?
15?
15?
Someone needs to buy me one of these. I can't order them online.
So the door is locked, but you suspect with you like kind of peering inside and kind of like doing your thing. I don't know how else to describe that. You kind of notice that it's either barricaded or there might be something might happen, like an alarm or something might trigger when it's opened in some way. Like it might be a physical thing or it might be something else, but it seems like the door is like propped to not open without alerting something.
So I go back to Cinder and I say, change of plans. Top door it is.
Is there... Have we checked around the building?
No, we can do that.
If there was another door? Or a window?
We know. I know there's no windows.
Yeah.
But are there any other entrances?
I mean, there's a giant window on
So
the top of the building.
kind of creeping around the entire thing.
Yeah, I
you
guess I could climb
see
to the top of the building.
Yeah, so on top of this area right here, there is a pitched kind of very mossy, kind of moldering roof. And then there are windows on the tower level above that roof. And there was once some sort of scaffolding or wooden kind of stairs that would ascend, but they've all kind of collapsed. So you see these like wooden kind of platforms underneath these windows that might have once had an ascending kind of wraparound
Like
stair.
an Assassin's Creed moment? Where I could jump to these posts?
I
Yeah,
mean,
right?
it would be like 30 feet up, but you could, yeah. But in either case, the landing has long been degraded. It's gone, so that's out of use. But yeah, you're looking at about 15-foot climb up to the roof to the second floor, if you wanted to do that.
If I want to try window.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I still have my climber's kit.
Might make some noise.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Could I climb it without my climber's kit? I know it's more dangerous, but
Yeah, you could.
yeah, window might be the best bet.
And then just to give you an
You're
idea
getting in there
of
by yourself.
what's around, there's no windows.
Going in the...
And I explain how I'm pretty sure there's something leaned up against it, so when we open the door, it'll make a loud noise.
Is there not a way to... There's no way to disable?
Can you?
Prevent
I
it
don't
from
think
falling?
it's an intended trap. I think it's just like a bunch of crap against the door.
Oh,
Can
bunch
you
of stuff.
reach in and hold whatever is
Yeah.
I mean,
against the door?
it depends on like what it is. We don't even
How
know what
much
it
stuff?
is.
Yeah, like if it's a stack of shovels.
That would be represented by your thieves' tools trap disarm check if that was successful. So.
I mean, I can try.
I guess what
Like
she's
if it's a something I could use my thieves tools like disarm trap type skill towards, like I'd be willing to do that.
while she's looking at that
You can
stuff.
try.
I mean, could I make like a survival or nature check to try to identify this moss?
Yeah, the
If
moss
it's
is
just-
on the main up.
Because it's
the
yeah
upper
weird
door.
blue moss.
Yeah, make a nature check.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
What do you get?
I got a natural one
Thanks.
for a total of 1.
Oh, Yeah.
I see you looking at it, and I
This is-
don't know either.
Something native to this region?
it looks like blue moss.
I mean, we have lots of types of blue moss, but
Sure.
yeah.
Does it kind of look like the moss that was in the cave?
No.
In the caves.
No, that Cinder would recognize because I got a natural.
Oh, like
one on
the
moss.
brown mold and stuff.
Yeah.
No.
there's mold.
Oh.
I don't know. I poke the moss.
Okay. It's kind of squishy and it kind of flakes off in your hand.
I take a sample.
Okay. You have a little bit of blue moss.
So
Stuff
pretty.
in the
It is pretty. It's like a dark, like almost like lapis color.
and stuff it in a tube.
We wait for our
Okay.
lock picks to come back.
Looks like he.
Are you attempting to disable the alarm? Okay, so make a. You can do a sleight of hand or thieves' tools check.
Okay. That is a 11.
Okay. You. Well, we need to unlock the door first, so
Oh, okay.
you're actually just having trouble unlocking the door first, so you're not
Can
able
I
to get
try
through.
again, or is that?
Yeah, you can try again. Multiple failures might have consequences, but
15.
15. Okay. You're noticing as you're picking this lock that the rest of the place is fairly shabby, but this lock in particular actually looks newer, like it was installed like after the fact, and it looks incredibly like well made, and you would need to spend a lot of time trying to open it, or you can try one more time, but you risk breaking your thieves' tools.
Ooh.
Just
How hard
break
are
the
those to
lock.
replace?
Is the door shabby?
The door itself,
Mm-hmm.
it's run down, but it's not like a just
What
like a
about
lean-to door, you know.
the knob that the lock is attached to?
Oh, like to break it and stuff.
Just
Yeah.
remove that part, I guess.
Yeah, you can try. I mean, there's no way to know if it's actually like shabby.
Or what side are the hinges on?
Oh, it opens inward.
We could just try to get rid of the door. Bypass the lock. Or actually, so the padlock is the padlock.
The bottom one, yeah, is a padlock.
So there is a piece attached to the wood, and there's a piece attached to the stone.
Yes, we're
Where
talking about the
latches.
bottom door.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Check.
I could just climb the building.
I don't think I can do this because this is worked stone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Mold Earth only. I'm pretty sure Mold Earth only works on unworked stone
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
and things like
I'm fairly certain that.
monuments. Because I used online.
Okay. What about the mold door? Moss
What-
door.
What about it?
Try to unlock it.
Okay. Make a thieves' tools check.
Cool. That worked better. That is a 24.
Okay. This lock is not as well made, and you have much better success, and you feel that tumbler clicking away, and the door is unlocked and ready to be opened at your leisure.
Check if it traps.
Make an investigation check.
Should have done that before, but 14.
14. You don't find any traps.
Can I aid? No,
It's too late.
And I didn't hear anything at this door.
You can make a perception check.
Cool. Right. Hold. Okay, I listened.
Yeah, roll me a perception check.
It's a 15.
15. You hear very light, dry sounding, like creaking. Imagine like a really shabby rocking chair rocking very lightly on wooden floor.
I don't like the shade you're throwing at me right now.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It doesn't feel rhythmic, but every once in a while you're just gonna like and then it'll stop.
I turn to Cinder, who's next to me. I'm like, I don't hear anything. It does seem trapped. I can't unlock the other one, so I think this is gonna have to be it, or I go up the window.
This one's unlocked.
I locked it.
Where's everybody else at?
Yeah.
Next to her.
I'm still back.
Have you closed the door?
I mean, I have my stuff out, so I'll open the door slowly, trying not to make a lot of noise.
I can
Okay.
open the door. I just want to make sure I'm just like
Yeah.
preparing everybody.
There are two doors, the left and the right, because it's a double door. Which side do you open?
I am on the left side,
Okay.
so I open the left door.
So go ahead and roll me a stealth check to open the door quietly.
So quiet as a mouse. Dirty 20.
Okay. You begin to open the door, and you expect creaking, but there isn't. But then the door kind of mildly hits something on the inside,
I stop.
and then you kind of look in, and you see that the right door is actually clear, but the left one has like a bunch of debris and such on it. And so eventually, opening the door, you see inside to a chamber that has furniture fragments, smashed planks, broken glass, and other detritus cram this large antechamber. At the west end of the room, several upended tables form a crude barricade. Closed doors mark the north and west walls. Roll initiative.
It's only moved 15, and I have a 20.
And I'm recording again. We started initiative. Technical difficulties. Sorry, we're in combat now. Cinder's first act.
Skeletons.
That will
Skeletons.
be 16.
16 acrobatics?
Mhm.
Yep. Yeah, you get up there, you're balancing, and you do not suffer any penalties for it. So go ahead and make your attack.
That would be a natural 20.
Oh my god.
Woo! With my quarter staff for a 26. And let's see. Ooh, how do I do this?
Huh.
I guess I'll just have to do it manually. Cause
Oh, that's why.
are we doing the special rules for?
Like
It's
the
been a long time since we did combat.
like the special
Crit rules,
You
or
get max and then you roll again.
okay, I feel like we were doing that, but I couldn't remember.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, in that case, so max. 10 plus what I rolled. So 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
I am going to use a key point
18, you said.
18 points of bludgeoning.
That's a lot. It's dead.
Sweet.
It crumbles.
Then I will use flurry of blows. One to strike out at the one above it,
Okay.
which is 21
Oh, that hits.
for 5 points. Oh, sorry. No, lies.
You're a liar.
No, for 5 points of damage. We're with the same thing. Different dice. And at the one below it, for a 22.
That hits.
Oh my god. Rolled ones on every one of my damage. For 5 more points of damage.
Balance out that nat 20.
Yeah.
So you see Cinder barrel through and begin cracking these bones, and one of them falls. Cinder, one thing you notice about these skeletons is that a lot of them have, especially around their face and the tops of their head, they have like these pock marks that make a medicine check.
Medicine is 16.
16. You recognize that these are the telltale signs of somebody who is afflicted with the Red Plague or the Red Death 25 years ago. It deforms their bones and kind of like syphilis would. Yeah.
It really sucks I have no way of identifying which ones are the land.
Was it ever identified, like, in the history of this illness? Do the remains, like, are they contagious?
Oh, make a medicine check.
Covered in bone dust now.
They
I
don't
mean,
know.
I'm just curious, because, like, I would think that people would, if they were, they would have burned them.
Alistair's still with me, right? Since he didn't go to rest.
Like a ghost?
Yeah.
No.
He's not
Yeah.
just still following me around. Boo.
So they never done?
Yeah.
Envy, it is your turn.
I just realized I have no way of identifying his parents' bodies.
Okay, I'm going to. What one did
Guess we'll just have to collect them all.
Cinder damage? One on top?
The one
both
top
of them.
bottom and killed the middle one.
Get the
Okay, so I'm going to do. Let's go
All
to
of the
one,
above.
one to the left.
Let's see, there's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Wait.
30.
No, I'm not moving in.
Oh. Okay.
Can I see the one to the left?
I don't think you can. No.
Move into
Okay,
my
well
open
then
space.
I would have to go into.
You can
Or you
move
can
right
move
Or
in
at least
where
in
I
the
was.
doorway.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then now you can see them.
Okay, so the one to the left. I'm gonna do Word of Radiant.
Damage to the left.
One to the left of Cinder. Right.
Correct.
To the left of Cinder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, both. One on the left and right of the door.
Okay.
Is this pulling up the dead?
Oh, just kidding. Hold on. The one on the left. I was doing the wrong spell.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make a dexterity saving throw for Sacred Flame.
It fails.
Yay. Then it takes 7 points of radiant damage.
Yes, so those bursts of like silvery moonlight kind of cascades and consumes the skeleton, which does not perish in your holy light.
Okay, and then I want to
Still standing.
move in there, so I'm not blocking the
So
door.
it's 5, 10, 15, 20,
The
25.
up one,
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
so I'm not blocking the door.
Okay.
And then that will be my turn.
Okay, and then we have Coben. You're next.
You're
Yeah.
next.
All of these squares inside the room are difficult terrain.
Can I like go up to one? Or can
So here's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So you'd have to spend an action to move to get up to one.
Yeah, just shoot that one in front of me.
Do I have any ranged weapons?
Okay. Go ahead and
Oh
roll
wait, I am on ranged
to
weapons.
attack.
My yokes.
My bad.
12.
12 hits.
Okay. 1d.
The nice thing is that I can't catch the red death. So I can fight all
Immune
these.
to disease.
I'm immune to red death. Doesn't affect me. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making
Wait,
sure.
let me see again. No.
I think it's the other one.
D10.
Yeah.
You want the diamonds? Yeah.
This one, right?
Sorry, it threw me off for a second.
We.
His bloody
only 4
bone
points
dice.
of damage.
4.
Yeah, piercing.
Alright,
You
so.
added your modifier?
Yeah. Why did it just roll for?
So your crossbow bolt shatters the skeleton's head and it crumbles into just a pile of bones. And so that one is dead as well. Do you want to do anything else for your turn?
No.
Okay.
I'm not wasting action surge.
Valeth.
Wait.
Sure. Have they gone yet?
No. They still have cover though.
Yeah. I'm going to move up. Let's see here. Yeah, it's been a minute since we've been in combat. Hang on. I am going to use my bonus action to dash. Go.
Okay.
Because it's difficult terrain.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that still affects me. Because, of course, it does. So, how far can I get? How close can I get to that last one?
Without dashing, here's 30. And with the dash, you can get right up to them.
But then I only get one attack. Right?
Yep.
Yep. Worth it, I suppose. I will do that. So I'm going to take. And I believe. This is the part that I always fuck up. Okay. So I don't have advantage. However, need advantage. Sneak attack. That is 20 to hit.
Yep. Because they haven't acted as a crit. Because you're assassino.
Oh my god, I should have used that. Mechanical
So-
Yoda. Or Goku.
Assassino.
So yes, 2d6.
So technically, with the crit rules, you would actually just take, I think.
Well, assassinate it gives me advantage on attack rolls against any. So I would have had advantage. That's what it is.
Okay.
That's why I was like I had to reread it. It's still just it's not great.
Okay.
So, it's only critical if they're surprised.
Oh, I see. Right.
So. D8 for the rapier. Points of damage.
Piercing?
Yeah. 7 sneak attack, 6 regular.
Alright, so you realize that the piercing of your rapier is a little bit of a disadvantage, and it takes half of the damage because of its skeletal nature. And so it is not dead, but you did significantly wound it.
Sure. That's all I can do.
That's it. Connor, it is your turn. You still have, you still have 20 feet of movement if you wanted to move. Just, no.
I guess I'll move up one.
Okay. Connor, it's your turn. What you doing?
I'm gonna shoot it with firebolt.
Cool.
Nice. I brandish my wand and shoot a bolt of fire at its base.
So as you begin to cast a spell and say the words, you all hear, instead of Connor's voice, you hear the voice of Zalister speaking the words of the arcane. And it's almost like a double voice kind of moment.
That's gross.
And go ahead and roll.
Sounds evil.
18 hits.
9 fire damage.
Don't like this.
It goes up in a blaze of glory and
Yeah, I know.
is dead. And you are left in this messy wreck of a room to do as you please. There's a single door to the north.
Oh, I got the last one.
What were they wearing?
Tattered, like, piecemeal armor.
Anything that would identify where they came from or who they are.
Besides the, like, markings on their skulls and their
Mhm.
bones
Like what?
from, like, the
melee they-
disease.
Yeah.
Or, like, does the armor look to be as old as they are?
No, it all looks from, like, comes from, like, a junkyard. Like, it doesn't look time appropriate to
Okay.
any of them.
Like, maybe they were put into armor. Okay.
Creepy.
In that case, I'm gonna
Suspicious.
I don't have that many bags. I guess what I'll do for now is take off my cloak,
Mhm.
and I'm going to begin collecting their bones.
'Kay.
Just the bones, not the armor. And I'll do like one body, fold over, their body,
Mhm.
fold over, and then I'll just tie it with rope
Okay.
to try to make some sort of. I'm going to need a bag at some point.
Yeah. If you plan on doing that a lot, yeah.
Well, I think
Can't
having a
tell.
bag in general will be nice.
Yeah, I can't tell which bones are the lambs.
If your
so-
family would give us that lovely bag of holding, that would be.
Can't you make one though with
Wouldn't
like?
they be all jumbled in the
This
bag
spell?
of holding?
Well, if your dad would give you a bag of holding, you hear how ridiculous that sounds?
Can't Mr. Stick make one?
Mr. Who?
Your wand?
You know the stick up your butt?
Who is this woman?
What?
What does she speak?
Do I hear that?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I
You know-
speak of that maybe you should be able to make a bag of holding.
You know, Vale, someday
Bag of holding.
I'm going to
Yes.
learn
Shut
polymorph.
the bag of holding. We'll just see how fast.
You
Correct
forget,
me with a good
Envy,
time.
it's just an implement. It's not a hide.
But you would think if it claims to be who it claims to be, that they would have the knowledge to do such a thing.
Well,
Things
why
are
wouldn't it?
rarely
Had
what they
slaves do it.
All these miscreants that you travel around with these days.
Yeah, then it's a fraud.
Things often claim to be
No
lucky.
wonder your studies have clearly been lax in the recent days.
Shut him up.
I say in my mind, yes, these are my travel companions.
I go to the door to listen.
Should have started off our interaction a little nicer.
That's what I was going to do.
Oh!
And
Well, I join you
put
at the
him
door.
Then I guess we'll do
in my
it
sleeve.
together.
Yay!
You what now?
And put him away in my sleeve.
Okay.
So that if he says anything mean, they can't hear it.
It's full.
Yeah.
Muffled.
So this is a simple wooden door. It does not appear to be locked, although there may not even be a locking mechanism installed. It's just a closed wooden door.
Just wanted to listen.
Okay, make a perception check. hear anything.
I got a 15.
In fact, you go.
And you don't hear anything.
I think we're good.
Ooh, hold on. I might have some.
Can I try?
Sure.
If it's just. Wait, let me listen.
Scooby-Doo style.
That would be 8. 19.
I want to communicate with Starlight
Mm-hmm.
and use Sane Warning,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to detect if there are any undead within 30 feet.
Yeah, let me pull that up.
Alarms start sounding.
Undead
Actually, hold on.
detected.
Sorry, before you answer that,
So it's something that he just knows. So he has to be like looking at a creature.
I know that's why I was like, I
Yeah.
have to reread it.
And it's not like a feature that you get. Like it takes an action to activate it, but yeah, he has to actually be aware of the creature.
Oh, to know if they're
Yeah.
undead?
Yeah, I misread it.
What if you just looked at the body?
Obviously, there are bones. So
Yeah, but
we
you have to be aware. Just look at the
I
body.
asked that, but then I get like rebuttal of like, that's not how that works. Like,
Duh.
I
So what do
open
you
the
guys do?
door.
So you see it leads to a hallway with 4 doors to the north, a door to the west, and then as the hallway turns down, you see another doorway to the south. So it's like a little L-shaped hallway that opens up into a whole bunch of doors.
Well, there's a door for each of us. I say we all listen to the door.
Okay, I will go up to a door.
I want to be stealthy.
I'll go up to another door.
Everybody, roll perception checks.
Do we also need roll step checks?
Yeah,
Everyone?
if you're being stealthy.
Natural 20.
Okay.
And should cut that for my perception.
Alright, I got a 15.
Yeah, so I got a total of 24.
My
I get a 10
stealth
perception.
was shit, but I got a natural 20 for my perception.
Oh,
I'm going
and
to
perception?
make the outside dark so that the inside light is more reflected. It is actually totally dark in here because there are no windows. So Coben does not have a light source.
Well, then I'll take out a light source.
Will you?
A torch.
Yeah.
No. No.
Why?
Ow. We're being stealthy.
Do
Or-
we need to be stealthy?
Envy could use her
Yeah, or she can
Clerical.
use that. I don't know.
clerical blessings.
Depends on anyone or
It's all part of character.
Dude, be
whatever
better.
people want to do.
Would be better.
Ghosts and stuff.
If you wanna,
The
Do that.
third time that he steps on my feet, I'm like, could you not?
Ah, okay.
Can you not see?
No.
Oh shit, it's
Who
right.
knows?
I forget because I can see now. I've got the big goggles on.
Hector, do you mention anything that you can't see?
That's what I'm saying. Is we're having this conversation
Oh, okay.
quietly.
I mean, to be fair, it is pure pitch black
Yeah.
inside. It would be obvious that Coben couldn't see.
It
He's blind.
was just for flavor.
He's fucking blind.
I know.
Jesus. Why does
You know-
everything have to be so dark?
You know,
don't you have
Coben,
that
you
lantern?
require a lot of light.
Oh yeah, I got that hooded lantern.
And now.
I was like, alright, so come here. So I call Coben close, and then you feel my hand. I'm gonna touch your face real quick. And then I like close his eyes, and then I'm gonna give him eyes of night.
Good quality always comes with high maintenance.
What's your excuse then?
Have a good quality so far.
That's a good line. That's a real good line.
So now you can see in dim light up to 300 feet. or you can see in darkness, up to 300 feet.
That's how you keep the quality good.
All right. So you
Yeah,
all,
nice.
who has not rolled a stealth check yet? And what were your stealths again?
I got like an 8.
Oh, mine was 15.
I'm assuming you're wearing your armor too,
Disadvantage 'cause of armor.
Coven.
Huh?
You're wearing your armor again too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I only got an 8 because disadvantage.
Stealth.
Um,
You don't remember your stealth.
Fine, make
Don't
Okay,
remember
so you got a
stealth.
5. Okay.
I got a 12.
12,
Natural 24.
natural 24,
15.
Damn.
15. Okay. So, Connor's being very loud. And Coven's being very loud. But, whatever. Now your perception checks to listen at your respective doors.
in fact, that's exactly what I got.
I only got a 5 again.
I got a 3.
Okay.
13.
Perception?
Hmm?
25.
25. So, Envy, you don't hear anything. Valith, you don't hear anything, and it's not hard to miss, but there's a little bit of light coming from beneath the door in which you're listening. There's like a little bit of like candlelight. So there's light from beyond that room. The other 4 rooms that you guys are listening at are completely dark, but none of you hear anything coming from any room.
So I go back to away from the door that I'm at, and I kind of pull the others, and I'm like, okay, the light. I don't hear anything, but there is a light. So I think that one's our next one.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hear anything at my door.
Me neither. I want to try to stealthily open the
Did
door.
I hear anything at mine?
Okay.
And I want to have, like, a dagger ready to throw. With
Okay.
hopes of, like, I'm just picturing, like, in my mind, Filge is this rat-faced motherfucker. And I'm picturing him in my brain. I'm like, he's going to be sitting at a table, and he's going to look up in surprise, and I'm going to throw the dagger right to his fucking throat.
Sweet. So,
So that's the intent behind the dagger being held.
yeah.
I don't get, you don't even know what he looks like.
I have no idea. I've just made something up in my mind.
No, I'm
It could be
saying,
the handsomest man ever.
I know, but then
It could be a woman. Filch could be a woman.
but you won't even know who is who. There's multiple people.
I know, but I'm just. That's what she's
I know.
imagined.
Okay. Anyway. Okay, so you open the door. And you come upon a macabre scene.
Oh, Jesus.
The revolting stench of rotting flesh roils from the
Yeah.
open door. In the room beyond, 10 chairs surround an oblong dining table situated parallel to the door. Along the north wall, a wide staircase leads to an upper floor. A wooden door below the stairs presumably leads to a slim chamber. 2 doors line the south wall. A sagging antique wooden shelf dominates the west wall, looking like it might collapse at any moment. 3 tall candles on the dining table illuminate a sight of terror. With the exception of the place at the western end, each of the chairs surrounding the table holds an awkwardly seated humanoid figure. The 9 bodies are in various stages of decomposition. Some sit with splendid posture, paused as if midway through a sumptuous feast. Others slump treacherously close to the floor. Heaping plates of apparently fresh food sit before each of the dinners of the diners, but the empty place setting features a clean plate and set of utensils. Several bottles of red wine rest upon the table, and each of the corpses sit before a half-finished glass. A fly passes nearby, its there not there buzz breaking the eerie silence.
That looks like some Chainsaw Massacre right there.
It's pretty gross.
Whoever this person is, they are very disturbed.
Do any of them appear reanimated, or do I recognize any of the corpses?
You don't recognize any of the corpses, no.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of walk up behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue into the room.
Kind of follow her.
and just
Please
kind
walk.
of sliding along the wall. I'm not getting any closer. I'm just sliding along the wall,
Okay.
kind of looking around, taking in the whole.
Do they look like they were died at the same times? You said no. You said it was obvious that they hadn't.
They're in various stages of
So
decomposition.
some of them are older, some of them are
Yeah.
newer.
Oh.
Is there anything in common?
They all look like just kind of common folk.
Okay. Are they all? Is it a mix of men and women?
Yep.
Are they all adults?
Yep. They're all they've all been clearly dressed in whatever they like. They're not wearing what they died in. Like they've all been dressed up for like a dinner party.
But they're fresher than the plague.
Yes, the plague. The skeletons all had like plague marks. They're 25 years old. Like they're pretty
Yeah.
skeletonized. These
So
you can make a medicine check to see how the range of death.
I think
like,
I
how-
want to do that too.
Yeah.
Medicine check.
Yeah.
can I just assist?
Are you proficient in medicine?
Let me. I don't think I am.
You can take a wild stab by yourself, or you can medically assist if you're proficient.
Okay.
But the food is all fresh.
Yes, there is.
And the
fresh food.
candles are lit, obviously.
Yep.
They look like they've been lit for a while.
I'm not proficient. So.
Like, are they?
They're about half lit, so they've probably been lit for about a couple hours.
Okay. So not right when we came here.
No.
14.
My medicine was 10.
10, 14. You'd guess that the fellow on the top right of the table, so this guy right here, he's probably been dead no more than a couple of months. As a matter of fact, it's Garavan Vest.
So I do recognize one of them.
Yeah, now that you take a look at him, yeah.
Oh shit.
Who was that?
Tish's father.
Yeah.
The mine
owner of the
owner.
mine.
That died mysteriously.
Now that I'm closer, do I recognize any of the others?
No.
Fuck.
I'm gonna listen at that lower door while they're examining these bodies.
Which one?
The one closest to the open door.
Okay. Make a perception check.
14.
You don't hear anything.
I'll just continue making my way around and listening at these doors
Is there any?
while they're looking.
Can I tell how he died?
Make a medicine check.
Okay.
14 and 13.
You don't hear anything.
6.
I mean, he's dressed in like normal, like everyday kind of dining clothes, like a little bit more fancier, like maybe like a common equivalent of like a button down, but like you see like a little bit of like discoloration in like the stomach area on the shirt. So like whatever the shirt was put on kind of got stained a little bit. So you kind of gently kind of like look beyond that and you see a vicious stab wound in his stomach gut area that has kind of seeped onto the clothing.
Okay. And you said he had been here for no more than a couple months?
He's you know from information that you've learned that he's died. He went missing a couple months ago and his body was discovered shortly after. So he's been dead for a couple months. So
But his body was
Well, his body
discovered.
was discovered and found?
So
Yeah.
somebody dug it up.
and yeah, you do know that he was buried. So
You just go get the body.
but you don't know where he was buried.
Right.
Probably like his private cemetery.
Yeah, a lot of like uh,
Yeah.
houses on the outskirts of Diamond Lake, and then they're gonna have their own private family. The Visaris have their own cemetery.
Especially
Land
because they're
family
avoiding
did.
the taking them from the cemeteries. So
Yeah.
yeah.
The food, is Is there anything significant about anything? Like it's fresh? It's not rotting? Or
Nope, it's fresh. It's fresh within like, it's not rotten, but it's definitely like room temperature, and so it's been made probably within the last day or two at most.
Okay.
So it's just been sitting out. They all have food around them, as if they're in a feast, but there's one plate at the western end that's clean and doesn't have food on it.
Can I investigate that spot?
Sure.
I just want to see if I can. If there's any details that are like.
Well, you can tell now by like looking at the table and the bodies more closely that some of the bodies have like little bits of them have either sloughed off or liquid has gotten onto the table, but this side of the table around this plate is clean and looks like it's used regularly.
Someone literally like sits down and has dinner with these.
Yeah. How gross is that?
That's why when Cinder walked in, she's just like, this person is soft. This
What are
is
you three
sick.
doing, Connor, Coben, and Envy?
Yeah.
I think I want to say a prayer by the doorway so I can. No, I'll say a prayer for these people. Just in
Okay.
case.
That's just like a quiet under your breath prayer
Yeah.
in your mind.
I would think kind of like in my mind, but yeah.
Okay. Can you make a wisdom check? Make actually a spellcaster check. So your wisdom plus your proficiency.
Okay.
I'm gonna use Mage Sight to see if there's any spells laid on them. Or wait, can Mage Sight do that?
No, it identifies if an object or if an object is magical. So detect magic can peer into like a creature's magical aura, but Mage Sight is specifically to see if something, an object itself, is magical.
Well, if they're dead bodies, don't they become an
I'm
object?
gonna
I'm just
gonna
saying.
cast Detect Magic as a ritual while they're doing their things.
Okay.
16.
Okay. The corpse of Garavan Vest, after you've kind of like been silently praying, you hear kind of, and then nothing.
It makes a sound.
In this quiet room.
Very eerily quiet room. Imagine you're sitting, everybody be really quiet. You're sitting in a very dim lit, candlelit room with corpses, and all of a sudden you hear a and then nothing.
Don't like that.
Nope.
That's awful. Okay. So, what's the plan?
What do you do, Coben?
I kind of want to check out the other rooms and make sure there's nothing else spooky.
Okay. Yeah, you saw previously Cinder stopping in each of these doors and listening and then moving on. Eventually, Cinder, you make your way to that large sagging shelf which seems to just hold like old china, but all the shelves are like bent in and basically it's just a china hutch.
Yeah. I listened to that top door too. That
Okay.
was the one I got the 13 on.
Okay. Yeah, you don't hear anything.
What's above me?
Oh, yeah. So that is a staircase. So that's a staircase leading up to the second level of what
Got it.
presumably might be the tower.
Okay.
And this is kind of like a room underneath the stairs that you're listening at.
Okay.
And then are you gonna open these doors, Coben, or are you gonna just listen, or what are you doing?
Didn't Charity listen?
I did.
She did.
And I didn't hear anything.
And then I'll just open them.
Okay. Connor, what are you doing?
Casting.
Oh, okay. So, we'll say about this time, you've finished up your detect magic, and every body has a faint aura, and as you begin to focus, it's clearly an aura of necromancy. So, all
so late with my phone.
all 9 of these bodies are necromantic.
He called and said he was on his way, which means that the tracker is not correct.
Coven, as you open this door, you see inside actually just a simple kitchen. It contains an enormous wheel of cheese, moldy loaf of bread, and several strips of stringy cured meat. Salted something. But yeah, you see like strips of like cured meat hanging from like meat hooks from the ceiling.
Could be human.
I give it that. I just go to the other far end door.
Okay. So this door obviously opens back up into the
Yeah.
dining. Yep. And then this room, are you gonna open it? Are you gonna listen? I don't want to assume and then open a door.
I guess I'll listen for sure.
Okay. Roll perception check.
14.
All right. Yeah, you don't hear anything.
I couldn't open it.
So you see inside a pantry that has a handful of spices, some other staples of food, but otherwise the food is like really bland. In a modern context, it would be just like a couple boxes of mac and cheese, and like somebody that doesn't pay attention to their diet or cuisine. It's very, it lacks
Someone
any kind
just
of
do all
creativity.
this work to set up a dinner table and just have mac and cheese in the pantry. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one question: who would dine with corpses? But, yeah. And
Who would
Coben-
set up a fancy meal for corpses and then eat mac and cheese, like eat plain blah food. Not that macaroni and cheese is blah.
Oh, and Valeth, as you're inspecting that table and chair, as you're kind of looking around, you, in your inspection, kind of like look underneath and, you know, just being thorough and moving the chair back like a little bit. The corpse is near you. The corpse near you, the top left, is a man, a burly man, probably been dead for a few months at least. Like his face is like sloughing off, his beer belly has kind of opened, and like his clothes are stained. And as you move the chair, he like sits upright and like kind of looks at you, but his eyes are just like gross and dead. And then as you stop touching the chair, he slouches back down.
Oh.
Oh god. I sit down.
I was gonna say, would you like me to do it?
You sit down in the chair.
Yeah, Cinder sees that movement because she's right behind him, and she doesn't do it. She turns and like looks at Valeth. I think they have the same thought.
Like they look at each other and
Yeah.
it's like
And then you sit
And then
down,
I
and
sit
she just
down.
I'm ready with my staff, but I'm just watching
just to see what happens.
because I have a feeling I know what's gonna happen. But
Okay. So, as you tentatively begin to take your seat, almost in a synchronous motion, all the corpses begin to kind of like shiver and shake and begin to move in this like mocking patterns of beginning to eat.
Yeah.
And some of their mouths kind of open, but they don't quite make the motion for talking, but you hear voices coming from them.
Yeah.
Like a programmed like talking
What do
as
they
if they were
say?
talking.
Yeah.
And you hear, "Once again, my lord has provided a delicious meal." And like you hear one of like the fingers cracking as it tries to grab like a fork, but it misses and like goes to its mouth. And you hear things like that. You hear, "It is an honor to dine in your august presence, my lord." And at that time, like 6 others chime in with, "The Pensophic Arcana was wrong to turn you out. You ought to show them like you showed me, my lord." And just this macabre, like Beetlejuice on steroids, like
yeah,
macabre dance. The conversation continues for as long as you're sitting in the chair. They seem to be programmed to say like sycophantic, like, Filge, you bested me. You were always smarter than the other mages. And just crazy craziness. Sitting there for any prolonged amount of time, kind of letting it run its course. Eventually they kind of slow down, but they still like pretend to eat, and some of their jaws will move occasionally. One woman's jaw kind of, you hear a little bit of a and it stops moving, like it's kind of come undone.
It's come undone.
Yeah, and so she's just kind of like,
Once it's run its course, I look at Cinder and I stand up, I guess.
I
And
kind
as
of
soon as you stand up and push the chair back, they all go to their previous
Resting.
position.
shortly after they started talking and moving, she would have kind of moved to where she was at the base of the stairs, and she wants to like listen, just to see if she's hearing anything moving upstairs.
Like maybe they heard the voices.
Yeah, because the
downstairs.
voices are being fairly
Yeah. And,
communication or like just normal talking.
Yeah.
Versus well, it just gets worse every time I roll it. 12.
12.
As soon as I stand up, which obviously will be a little bit after that, but I will move to join her because I figure upstairs is where we're headed next.
Yeah. So you don't hear anything. 12. Yeah, not much.
So, in a low voice.
It's literally gone from like a 8 to a 7 to a 6.
In a low voice, I say, so we know there's somebody here because somebody put a shovel in front of the door while we were standing at it.
Unless it's somebody. If these are programmed to dig, that could be what are programmed to store
It
their
may have
shovels.
been one of those skeletons.
Either way, it's below us. Whatever it is.
So,
Do we want to do this in this
Stairs
other
go
door
down or
first?
up?
The stairs go up.
Yeah. Stairs go up, but there's also this door above me. Or, well, right there. Go
Yeah.
upstairs.
so Filge is a necromancer.
Yeah. And a madman.
Who was obviously dismissed from the philosophical. Whatever.
The Pansophica
Would I have heard of that?
of him being disgraced, or
Like, what?
Sorry.
Of somebody being kicked out for necromancy or something recently. You don't know what she's thinking.
You should act like you're here to become his apprentice. And
I
get
do
him
say I
to
believe that is the smartest thing that woman has said.
How much does your advisor know about necromancy? Could he feed
Alistair?
you? No. She gestures at the stick, but he could feed you information. You also have that hallowed book.
You could say that it piqued your interest.
Indeed, I do.
Obviously, this village loves praise.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And we're your lackeys. We serve you.
One of the corpses kind of lets out a little gurgle.
It would be
That's your
fairly,
food.
it would be fairly easy to, I mean, honestly, tell them that we found some of their work. Having been in the cairns, it piqued his interest. His father won't allow him to study.
I'm just saying, it's a potential in.
Everybody
yeah.
run!
What I've heard, any gossip at the Philosophical Arcana about Filge
You can make a history check.
I don't know.
with
I
advantage?
didn't even realize he was a magic user, so I never even thought to ask.
No. I got a no.
Fucking Chinese restaurants got me again. They don't say that it's a can of soda.
Oh.
And so you spend a bunch of money on a freaking can of soda thinking it's gonna be like an actual drink. Anyway.
I'm gonna go to the door, the upper door, and listen. Oh, you said you already listened, right?
I did, and I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Then I'm gonna open it. Open the door.
Open the door. You see a simple storage closet holds 4 extra chairs and 8 copper candlesticks.
Anybody need a copper candle?
The copper candlesticks and stands actually look fairly expensive. You see about 8 of them, and they each go about 5 marks each, 5 silver apiece.
See you later.
And they've been polished. They're actually upkept.
So then I back up and
Right around it.
close the door.
Oh
Bailiff,
my god, this is so
Yeah.
much food.
that actually sounds like a intriguing plan. So, everyone,
We're just the
Everyone.
hired help.
What's your last name again?
people,
My lord.
It's enough.
No, that's right. Yes, Master Ned.
Envy.
Huh?
If any of you come across Bilge, say, well, the truth is that you are my hirelings,
That you
and
hired us for a job,
yes,
and we've come here looking for him. That's the truth.
yes,
That's the truth.
That $2.95 soda, man.
Hmm.
So good.
I
So
hope
that's
That was
cool.
$2.95.
Yeah.
That should be illegal,
I know. They should
It should
have
be
to say
illegal.
whether it's a can or a fountain. Like,
or at least how many ounces it is.
Yeah.
mhm.
so
At
that
least
is
how many ounces it
what
is.
we say if we find Bilge.
Oh, great Filge. Please let me take you to my master. I am but a mere humble hireling, and I've come looking for you.
We're gonna say that.
I mean, just something like that. It's assuming he doesn't try to kill us on sight.
So what are you doing?
I'm gonna try and sneak up the stairs.
Yeah, we need to leave this room because it's stinky.
It's so smelly. Blech. Blech.
So I need all of you to roll a d20 and add your charisma to it. If you are proficient, make a charisma saving throw.
So if proficient, make a charisma saving throw?
Yeah.
Wait, so we have to roll 2.
I'm asking you to roll a charisma saving throw.
Oh, okay.
That was a really weird way of asking.
Yeah. I was like, okay, D20. Alright. Okay.
Charisma saving throw.
Dirty 20.
But only if you're proficient?
No, just make a charisma
Okay.
saving throw.
I'm like, I'm really confused now.
I could, yeah, it was my fault.
Okay, well, I got 7.
Okay.
Got 11.
I got a lousy 3.
I got a 6.
I got an 11.
Okay. What'd you get?
God, you guys suck. I got a dirty 20.
This dice is,
I rolled a
decided to
2.
really hate
It's not my
me.
fault. That's you didn't hire us for our charisma.
Yeah. I rolled a 2.
I was trying to complain about my food, okay?
So
They have a policy.
the lights of the candles begin to dim, and as you're beginning to sneak up the stairs, as like making your way up, the candles dim to such an extent that you feel no draft, but the candles all of a sudden just kind of die, and you feel an oppressive cold like kind of roll along the room, like you feel it at your feet.
Should I throw ice knives and shit?
And like you notice that like your breath, what you can see of it now in total darkness, you have dark vision, but you can see parts of your breath. And in a last dying bit of light, you looked at the very tips of your fingers. You just caught a glimpse. They were absence of color.
Do I recognize
Yes.
this?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I try to light something to give light.
Okay. Like what?
Like I pull out a torch
And then do I and I feel that?
and I step away from the
Everyone?
undead. I step up against the wall.
Yeah.
Or wasn't I up near the stairs?
Yeah. You guys were. You guys were more or less all up here.
Yeah, I mean she would like literally like take a step back and begin like fishing through her pouch
trying like pulling out a torch, like start trying to light it.
Like panicking?
Not quite like definitely like there's purpose to her movements, but you see her like automatically like this is dangerous. Like there's an
Roll an
urgency in
insight
her
check.
movements.
Okay.
Like not panic, but there's an
Yes.
urgency.
That's good. That's a dirty 20.
Okay.
So
Yeah, something feels wrong, and only two of you would have probably ever experienced this. Envy and Cinder, you recognize it immediately as Fade activity. Fade is beginning to pull and coalesce, and it's hard to describe, but it's almost like you've caught its attention. Something has caught its attention. And as you're trying to light this torch, the torch lights and it blazes for a moment, but the light that would shed is now like a
Giant.
foot.
Okay.
But it's fully ablaze, and then it begins to slowly begin to snuff out. And on the corner of the little bit of shadows that you can see, you see the shadows like undulate and then disappear. Like there's some sort of like presence in the room.
We need to find a way to dispel this before it gains strength.
do we
Oh, and noticeably, I should also say, starlight is not glowing.
I guess
There's
just say
no light.
cleanse.
One other thing, Envy, if you could hide any sign that you are a cleric.
Yes.
Right now, what we need is a
important.
cleric, unless you want to be consumed by fate.
What do any I mean, these two know how to deal with this, or
Not particularly.
do I know how to deal with this? My parents are watchers.
Not that you've directly had an interaction with Fade.
So
They know.
okay.
You begin to hear a very low, like ethereal groan. Have you? Who's seen Ghost? Patrick Swayze.
Mm-hmm.
Those shadow creatures that let out that groan. Imagine that noise. It's very low and very quiet.
Yeah, okay. So I want to cast Twilight Sanctuary. I don't need no shadow people around.
Okay, what is it? What does that do?
Twilight Sanctuary.
Woo! What does it do?
Present my holy symbol, and a sphere of twilight emanates from me. It has a 30-foot radius and filled with dim light, and it moves with me. Whenever a creature, including me, ends its turn there, it gains temporary hit points and ends the effect of being charmed or frightened.
Okay, 30 feet.
Nice.
Okay, so as you raise your symbol of Sayanine, that groaning becomes like louder and oppressive, and you present the symbol, and you're surrounded by a mystical, like Twilight-esque starlight, moonlight glow, and you make a spellcasting check, so wisdom plus your proficiency.
I'm gonna ready an action that if any enemies or aggressive creatures.
I would add my wisdom modifier to it?
Yeah, wisdom and proficiency.
Okay, so
become visible, that I will like to hit them. I would also like to move against the wall.
25.
Okay. Yeah, just I'm trying to get this to not be an asshole. It's gonna be an asshole. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so as you present and this light fills the room, you notice that you all hear a screech somewhere inside of your mind, and you hear Zalistar. You hear like a and your wand gets hot for a moment, and then almost causing you to drop him, and then it cools, and everything is back to normal. The candles are still unlit, but in an instant, this, and it's just a room, and with corpses. You notice as your eyes adjust now to the new dim light, the corpses all look completely, like, way more decayed. Like, a lot of their features have sunken in. You see one neck has, like, broken and snapped, as if whatever magic has held them together has been
And-
severed. Yeah.
Like consumed.
Yeah.
Is Starlight glowing?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what you did, but good job.
At some point, we are gonna have to bury these bodies. Sanctify them.
Do you guys relight the candles or no?
I have my torch lit still, technically. Or no, it died out, didn't it? I
used,
just realized that.
I used Prestige and relight the candles.
Okay. Oh, candles lit.
I'm just gonna move into my fire stance just in case. Can't have too much light.
That was awful.
Alright, so where's let's go to the stairs. Are we going up or
Yeah.
I mean that was awful. I'm going to do that again.
Stealth checks?
It's either that or investigate the other doors.
I ask in my mind, Zalazar, what was that?
What was what?
The thing that just happened.
Yeah, more specific things happen all the time.
The fading of the lights and the weird effect on limbs.
Perhaps you are simply too weak to wield my power.
What?
Perhaps you are simply too weak to wield my might and power.
But it happened to everybody, not just me.
Oh, the Domingo. Oh, clearly that's some sort of necromantic energy. We'd have to study it. We can't jump to conclusions.
So you didn't sense anything that might tell you what it was?
No. My capacities seem to be somewhat limited to your dull mind.
What do I know about the Fade?
You can make a religion check.
I wish I was out in the game, but it's in his mind. That's funny.
15?
You know that the Fade is a phenomenon that is mysterious and reacts to the presence of the gods or powers. That's deophobic. It tends to be shunted or rebutted by the powers of the gods. And it's just kind of a natural, well, not natural, but a phenomenon. You know that the Fade is it seems like it's semi-sentient, but it doesn't seem to have a mind or an intelligence. But it's a thing that happens. It's like Ferelden's a blight, I guess. Like, it's just kind of one of those.
It just is.
It just is. Yeah, it's just a part of the world that.
Nobody can explain where it really came from.
No.
It's just always been there.
Like
Yeah.
there's
theories
in the
and-
scholarly world.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, some clear indications have come up that messing around with necromancy or sitting in, or becoming mad or lots of things can draw the Fade.
Unsanctified bodies.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait.
So,
Going mad?
yeah,
Yes.
it's one of those catch-22s. It can make you go mad, and it can also be drawn to madness. So
Which just exacerbates the madness.
yeah,
Dangerous.
Yeah.
most people don't even know when the Fade is about. That's the thing. People can sometimes just become paranoid or act in ways that are contrary to their better nature, and they don't realize that they're influenced by the Fade. And that's why clerics and inquisitors, as they're called, special branches of certain churches, inquisit the minds of people to see if they're under the influence of Fade, and then eradicate it. And sometimes that means killing the person if they're too far gone. You've also heard stories of people becoming abominations after too much exposure to the Fade. Their body literally warps and twists.
So after a minute, the Twilight Sanctuary goes away.
Yep.
Do we keep the hit points? The temp hit points?
I don't know how long do temporary hit points last.
Does it only last while the sanctuary's up?
If it doesn't say in the thing, I would say it lasts until a rest.
Okay. So everyone roll 1d6.
Do you roll or do you roll in your
I
fire?
would say that.
I would say you roll it and it applies.
Yeah, I think
to
most
everybody.
temporary hit
Well,
points
I have a
last
question.
until
Yep.
a short rest, but
Theoretically speaking, since we're not in combat, would we just get the max hit points? Because he could do it every 6 seconds.
Oh.
Statistically.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So
Yeah.
6.
Well, it's 8
6.
plus his level.
So it'll be 9. So we'll get 9.
Yeah, you go get 9.
Okay.
Makes sense.
for now.
Yeah.
For now.
Fucking take it, man. We're babies. We're dealing with necromancers.
And you guys are heading up the stairs with the stealth check?
Unless we want to look at the other rooms,
I think so.
because we had a hallway
We
room.
want to look at the other rooms.
Yeah, just to clear it
I
out.
did roll a stealth check. It was really good.
I only
We
got
can
5.
still use it.
I got a 25.
You could scout ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So I'm going to move you up there. Whoop.
I'm gonna put out the torch. Then.
Okay.
I want to step back out in the hallway. I don't want to be in this room, but I also don't want to go upstairs.
I'm gonna go out into the hallway to
Okay.
with Envy to check
oh,
these
I
other
didn't see
doors.
that you were wearing your robes. That's cute.
Why can't you go there?
Need to get you a Haori now, which is a thing. It's
Why
a
isn't it
short
working?
kimono, like a jacket. Kimono.
Oh my god. This is so stupid. I'm having lots of fucking issues.
I can
This
just continue to stuff my face.
whole map. There we go. Okay. Just be up there. But
Oh, we're not going up the tower yet, I thought.
I thought you were just got ahead.
No, she wanted to step back to those doors.
They want to go to the doors first. I just want
In
to
the
keep my
hallway.
stealth.
Where we came
Oh,
from.
the stealth for the hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, my goal is to keep my stealth throughout all of these encounters.
Well, obviously, yeah. Okay. So, where are you guys all headed?
So we went back into
We're
the
gonna
hallway
check every door.
to check the doors.
Yep.
Specifically, I'm trying to find a door or stairway that leads down.
Okay.
But I just want to know what's in the doors.
Okay. Yeah, none of these doors are locked.
We listened at all of them and didn't hear anything, so
Correct.
I'm not even really gonna check them except for to see if there's like.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go open one.
I'm just gonna
I'm
open.
gonna open the one that's down below. I imagine we all just go to a door and look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything of interest?
So, so these 4 doors are very simple small chambers. They all hold like plain beds and a small like open foot locker that are all empty.
What is it?
Um,
Observatory.
And
Hey, we can make this our base operations. There's enough rooms.
It is for sale.
yeah, and
I don't say.
if you guys are searching the rooms, make investigation checks.
It's for sale if you're interested in it. I'm opening that bottom one, so.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
You discover that bottom one's locked.
21.
No.
Come on.
My investigation is 4.
And a 19.
I wait till Valith is done rifling through. And then
Valith, you find a cleverly hidden pouch dangling behind a dresser drawer.
Hell yeah.
The pouch contains 6 marks and 20 talents. So 6 gold and 20 silver. And the coinage, not to be like too specific or historical, but they're about at least like 20 years old. So the previous inhabitants might have hid their money here.
You hit it well.
Yeah.
Nice. That's smart. I take note of how they did it.
Yeah.
For future reference.
So they basically tied their pouch string to the back of a drawer in a standing dresser drawer, so that they have like a little nail, and they kind of tied their pouch there, and they closed the door, and so that you wouldn't see anything in the drawers, and it's such a
Unless
way
you
that it
pull out the
doesn't
whole
move
one.
around or fall or
Clever. And I only noticed because I caught just a hint of a shadow.
yeah.
Or maybe heard like a little bit of a jingle.
Yeah.
Of silence.
Yeah.
So yeah, that bottom door is locked. You can go ahead and roll a Thieves' Tools to open it.
Okay. That's not bad. That's a dirty 20.
So the room beyond appears to have once been an office, perhaps. There was once a fireplace in this kind of area, kind of curved wall area, but has either been torn down and then boarded over or something. But it was once probably like an office or a nice like little meeting space, but otherwise it's completely empty inside.
Sad.
Okay.
The inside of this place is actually well made. Yeah. It would make a decent little
I'm just saying.
hideout.
Valeth is like, yeah.
She's shopping.
He's shopping.
If it wasn't
like-
full of necromancy.
Clear out the necromancy and then you got a cool hideout, man. I need a place to stay. I can't stay with my fucking parents anymore. They gave my room away.
Anyway, that's what you find.
I don't mind a little bit of blood. It's fine. Alright, well, then we didn't find stairs down, so I'm gonna say upstairs up.
Yep, we're gonna go up them.
Okay.
And I'm gonna continue my stealth ahead.
Okay. Now y'all better be able to come when I drag you over there, because that is annoying. It's not gonna let me drag you up there. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
You exist on 2 levels of existence right now.
Woo!
Don't we always?
Yes. Oh my god. Stop. This is ridiculous.
Stop fighting me.
Yeah, seriously.
Just do it, that's like.
I don't know why it's this map. I don't know what happened, but anyway. Alright. Anyway, using your previous stealth rolls as kind of a general guide and indicator, you come to a massive bedchamber that fills an entire floor of the observatory tower. Light filtering in from the tall windows ringing the chamber catches motes of dust in the calm air. A fine bed with plump red linen sheets squats upon a dais along the southeast cradle of the tower's arc. A nightstand next to the bed holds a wax-choked candlestick, which is currently lit, and a black book bound with brown and red leather. At the midpoint of the eastern wall, a strange form stands rigid atop a short wooden stool, as tall as a halfling and clothed in a fine black suit and top hat. Clean cloth bandages wrap every inch of the sentry's skin. A pair of ash-tinted spectacles rest upon a long, skinny nose. The diminutive dandy holds a silver platter as if presenting a meal, and upon the tray rests a freshly preserved, severed head of a middle-aged human woman.
Anyone we know?
Nope. A platinum piece sits upon her outstretched purple tongue. A messy desk rests against the opposite wall, piled high with loose papers. An apparatus holding 4 long tubes filled with colored liquid peeks out from the clutter. Doors on the north and west walls appear to lead to small closets. Wide stairs lead above and below. A massive white stone statue of a thin human man with outstretched angelic wings and a beatific look upon his idealized face, looms large in the northwest arc of this tower wall. The angel holds a sword in one hand and cradles a harp in the other. The presentation conjures thoughts of mausoleum or some other edifice, or the grave of an important man. Tall letters etched upon the statue's base spell out a single word: Filge. So there's a lot to take in here.
Yeah. Yep.
So he brought all this shit with him? How long has he been here? A couple months?
I want to inspect that
Observatory has been
winged thing
abandoned for
that
a
we
while,
see.
according to Alliston.
And then a couple of the corpses were only a couple months old.
What do I see with my detect magic?
I'm making it daylight here because it is actually outside. Now you have access to windows. Okay, so you're going to use your mage sight
Oh, cool.
or detect magic.
Yes, detect magic.
Light.
You're going to cast it or do a ritual?
He did it earlier, remember? How long does it last?
Oh, it lasts for like 30 minutes, so
He'd still have it.
yeah, it's on the tail end, I'd say. You sense magical auras from the table with the vials of liquid, and you sense magic from the head that is holding the platinum in its mouth.
Of course.
Wonderful.
Oh, and magic from the book that rests upon the nightstand.
Interesting.
I see that face.
Greedy.
So what are you guys doing?
Yeah, magic.
I want to go and look at that book.
What are you doing, Valeth?
I'm going to go over to the desk and just look at everything that's on there. Papers. I'm looking for information.
Okay. Envy?
Coming up, I will see the door to our left when we get in that room by the bear rug, or our bear rug. I want to listen, and then if I don't hear anything, I'm gonna open it.
Okay. Coben?
I'm gonna go to the other door and do the same thing.
Cinder?
I think Cinder just kind of walks into the space and she's just kind of taking it in. She'll stand in front of the statue, but just kind of looking up at it, and just kind of letting everyone investigate. I think, and just kind of keeping an eye out.
Okay. So Cinder, make a perception check just to kind of keep an eye out, and Coben and Envy make perception checks too as you're listening to your door.
Oh, but I got an extra touch.
Nice.
21.
21.
No, second
16.
You can make an investigation check.
Natural 20.
Heyo.
Oh yeah.
What's it? 18.
Yeah.
So you guys don't hear anything at the doors, but with the natural 20 for the perception, as you're listening to your door, Coben, you hear, and maybe Cinder as well, but you both hear a faint bit of like bubbling water, like maybe in like a tank, but it's not coming from this room, it's coming from above. There's a kind of a, but it's very faint. So you guys catch that as you're listening. And then we'll get to the book, and then we'll tell you what you find.
Yeah.
Here. Upon the desk. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. Oh my god. Yeah, that is where the
Vials are.
strange, yeah, the vials and stuff. Let's see. here we go. Here we go. Oh my lord. So there is a whole bunch of craziness to go through, but one thing that jumps out is a letter, a note, written in the same hand as the note that you had found previously. And I have that note.
Right here.
I hope I have that note. If I don't, I can pull it up on screen.
That's a lot of noodle.
Because I remember I picked it and I put it in here so it wouldn't fall out and die.
So the noodle made
And
it
it is not.
somewhat worth it. Too nice.
Of course it's not. I don't know where it's at, but I will pull it up. Okay. Locations. Do. This is annoying. Where did I put it? Oh man, that is really annoying. Oh my gosh. It is a thing that I would like to find now. Oh, here. No. Oh. Is there a search function? There it is. Oh, yeah. Of course it'd be in handhelds. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Villages notes. But where are they? One moment. Handouts. There you are. Can I not show it? I can't show it? Oh, no, I can't show it. God damn it. Okay. Well, I will send you the text of the
Okay,
note.
I was gonna say you can just send it to me.
Facebook. Just kidding. Yeah. Oh, no. Would you want it on Facebook or Discord?
Facebook's fine. I don't care, whatever's easiest. Facebook is easier.
Okay, and so you find that note and a whole bunch of vials, but they are strange looking vials. The vials themselves look like they're meant to be, the vials are like syringes, but they're missing needles. So they're kind of just kept as like syringes without needles, and they're kind of kept in like a little stand. So that you would use a needle and like inject the potion or whatever. There are several colors, and I can give those.
I mean, legit, like, if you can just send me if you want, whatever. Because I'm going to take everything that I can find.
Okay, so write this down then.
Okay.
You find a milky blue concoction.
Do you think, is it possible you could send it to me in a message? Like you did the note?
No.
Right. Just write it down.
Milky blue.
Yep, deep red. These are the colors of the concoction.
Yeah.
You found 1, 2, 3, 4.
Deep red.
Crap, that's a drink.
Sallow yellow
Sallow.
and white with black streaks. And then a special one, 1, 2, 3, 4. So a fifth one is a greenish liquid which inside has a dead worm-like creature.
Oh, I hold that one up and I look at that one a little closer.
I have a picture for you.
Ooh.
Ew.
Kirkus knows exactly what that is. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Symbols. I don't think.
Anyway, and as far as there is the weird goblin-like statue thing with a top hat next to that. He's wearing a dark, like black gemmed glasses on his face, and those look like they could be expensive. So I'll just say that you take those. But it will take you some time to really go through and grab everything.
Over my shoulder, I say, Zaelith, I advise you not to touch the platinum piece on the severed head.
Oh,
There's a platinum piece?
no, the severed head is over here. So there is a little so there's like a little, I don't know why it's not pictured here, but there's a little like stand with like a goblin with like a top hat and a coat, and then over here there's some sort of like wrapped up like other kind of stand with a silver platter that has a head on it with a platinum piece in its mouth.
Oh, so that the halfling is over here by me?
Yeah, it's actually it's a goblin corpse that's propped up on a stand
Okay.
that's wearing a top hat and a coat.
Spelled a goblin name?
Doesn't sound that one.
Um,
Anyway, so you find 5 vials. 4 of them are like potion-esque. They're all syringes. Also on the desk, you find various amounts and different gauges of needles, all apparently used. And all those papers you've sifted through. You don't really have much time to read them, but they look kind of scribbled and mad, except for that one that caught your attention, which is in that hand,
so none of
The
the other
handwriting.
ones look,
like from the other person,
Like-
or
yeah, from the other person, or...
no, it's just that one. They're mostly his ramblings and or ideas about what he's doing, like his.
I take them.
Okay, so you just kind of pile them on.
Yeah.
So at this point, I need you all to roll stealth checks again as you're kind of
Yeah, I was
Right.
gonna say Cinder was gonna do something that's gonna require that anyway.
as you're rustling through a whole bunch of crap.
Perception?
Quiet.
Zaelith,
Stealth.
Jesse,
Mm.
I give Zaelith a corked vial to stick the needles in and put in the and recork.
Okay. Thank you.
So
I was gonna leave them, so yeah, that works.
He gives you a vial and you're like, okay, cool, thanks.
stealth checks.
I only got a 10.
10.
7.
Yeah, I'm writing. Ooh, that's good. 18 plus... it's 25.
19.
Okay, what'd you get?
Natural 1.
Okay.
And I was gonna say, just in full disclosure before anything happens, Cinder was starting to move like up the stairs, just to like kind of quietly, just to get a peek of
Okay.
like what's bubbling up there.
Okay. Yeah, she would have had time to do that before all the rustling really started to happen. So, as she peeks up the stairs, she immediately notices. Let's see. She catches a glimpse of the side of a glass tube with mechanized pumps, kind of pouring through it, and the chamber beyond is very well lit with like marble floors. It's like brightly lit, and you hear like humming. Oh Gersha, you've been so kind to me lately. Go stand over there. Gersha was the name of Alistair's sister. So. You saw it on the tombstone.
Oh, Alistair, not Alistan.
Yeah,
Got it. Yes.
Alistair, yeah. So that's
So
what
one
you
of the
hear. You kind of
lamps.
peek up and you see. You don't really see much. It's full of liquid and it's bubbling.
Mm-hmm.
It's greenish in hue.
Gross.
There might be something in it, but you can't really tell. Like getting closer.
Yeah. She would stay kind of at the in that space, and kind of keeping an eye.
Okay.
And like maybe moving back a little. Like they're rifling through. They're doing things down
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
But kind of to where she can kind of
Keep an eye on both.
that and like signal like I guess Envy probably can see her, but try to like.
Yeah.
I could probably see you.
Or
You're
actually,
right
qu-
above me.
Yeah, and Coben also heard the gurgling, so he might be looking up there. I don't know if they've opened the.
They have, yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't take very much time at all. These are actually just simply closets. The one next to Envy is actually a closed closet. It has an armoire. You rifle through it a bit. It doesn't have anything but like clothes, and they're just basic clothes. This one next to Coben could have maybe once been a water closet, like maybe you had a toilet in it, but now it's just kind of like just a bare room with a bucket.
Second time you found a toilet.
You're the shit.
I want to use the Order of the Scribe feature to cast Identify on the spellbook.
Okay.
Well, what I assume is a spellbook.
Yeah, it is definitely a spell book. Go ahead and get ready to write this down with what spells are in it. Actually, this one I can send you because it's actually just easy to copy it. So,
Thank you.
so these are the spells. And then, let's see. That will take you. I know it's instant for your identify with that feature, and you're inspecting it. You have a little bit more time, Connor, to do something else in the meantime, because she's kind of sneaking up, she's looking, she's kind of going back and forth. They've opened their doors, they're kind of rustling around. Valeth is mostly occupied for the majority of this time because she's having it. So you have a little bit more time, and so does Coben and Envy, I'd say.
If
Like, you
Cinder
guys have a little
interrupts
bit
her,
more
like I will leave stuff on the desk if it's required. If she interrupts her,
time.
No, I think this is all like you guys have kind of already found this while I was sneaking up
Okay.
because I took a few moments. I was just like staring at the statue, waiting around, and then she got bored
Yeah.
about
It's-
halfway through.
It's all more or less like simultaneous, yeah.
Yeah,
So
So
but she didn't go up there right away. So
there's no magical protection on it.
just a spell book.
Okay.
The book is bound. Make a nature check.
if it's one of the lambs, we have to bury it. Sorry.
Oh. That was really bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucker.
I'm not laughing.
That's 14.
That's pretty good. It's definitely human skin. 14's really good though. This is skin from faces. You see the stitching and like you actually see like parts of the top of like a nose that's been squished down, and you can kind of feel like it's hardened leather, like a part of like a flattened nose, and you see like the stitching around like an eye socket. And,
Like the latch is where an eye would be.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to cut the pages out of that one and burn the cover.
Oh, it's okay. The pages are made from skin too.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Maybe.
The tender parts.
Yeah. The inner thigh.
This
Yeah.
Alright, well after
Smoothness.
I copy one of the spells,
Honestly, probably the back.
So are you copying spells right now?
actually, it
I mean,
doesn't take that long to do.
It doesn't.
so-
I'm just asking because that would occupy your time. That's what I'm asking. Meanwhile, while he figures that out, Coben and Envy, what do you?
After I rifle through it, I want to make my way back to, I guess, like the statue, kind of like signal like I'm done here, and like waiting for the next, probably upstairs.
Okay. Coben?
I just wait.
This rug, you guys have passed. You see, it's actually made of a fine, like light golden brown, like bear, but it's a very high quality bear rug. It's probably worth maybe even like 100 or so marks gold. Like it's a nice bear rug. Yeah. So, despite his insanity, he seems to have some nice things. So after that bit of all that stuff, I asked for a stealth check, and some of you botched it. And you hear, Cinder first, you hear, and then footsteps begin
And that's
to
probably
approach.
when she starts backing down. She's like signaling them, like. And she doesn't back all the way down, though. She
Okay.
goes
That means
downstairs.
you won't be surprised.
Gushadיר, will you go inspect? Then you hear like the dry steps of bone. And make a stealth check, Cinder, as you're kind of like out of sight.
17.
So you see Gersha, well, what you could assume to be Gersha, in her still original clothing, her battered dress, but with like a weird leather breastplate over her, and her bones kind of creak, and she stops at the top of the steps, and her like vacant skeletal kind of eyes look down and look back up, and she turns around and returns. Must be nothing then. And you know that on the tombstone, Gersha was 13, I believe. Yeah.
So I'd kind of move a little closer to them, like kind of motion, like calling her to come over here.
Phaelus is like in the middle of sticking back.
Yes, I'm going to leave the book on the nightstand.
Okay. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna.
He's up there, along with one of the land corpses. The one of the girl.
Okay. I'm gonna go for him first.
Seems to be like some sort of laboratory room.
And Phaelus kind of looks at you. Can you talk to dead people?
She is wearing armor.
What?
She is wearing armor.
So I'm gonna sneak
I
ahead.
whisper.
And try to stealth up and hide, basically, but so I can see him,
Okay.
so I can get a lay of the land.
Okay.
Pull my rapier out.
You may notice that we were rifling through this room.
So you see
We're
as
here to
you.
be your apprentice, but we stole all your shit.
What was your stealth? Bailey?
25.
Bailey?
Yeah. it
Oh,
was.
okay. So you make your way up, and you kind of peek up, and you're immediately confronted with this huge glass tube, and you see something large floating inside of it, and you see Filch, as well as Gersha,
Okay.
and he seems to be kind of wandering around this table. He stops every once in a while. His back is to you. And he picks up an implement and kind of like cuts into it, into this body. Kind of, you hear the retching of skin, like pulling back, and he seems to like get really close inside. He takes like a little taste of something inside the body and then kind of closes it and then cuts it apart. And seems to be doing some sort of experiment. He doesn't notice you.
If you can get a coup de grace, that would
I
be
already
awesome.
like it is literally one of my flaws that I don't follow plans. really well. So she's literally gonna sneak up and
You
try
can choose to do non-lethal
and
damage too if you want to talk to him later.
kill him.
Well, didn't you want to talk to him though?
I sure did.
Because I mean, you're not following the plan, but you could do non-lethal damage to knock him out to talk to him.
Well, what would Valeth do?
Yeah. I don't know. That's why I'm just throwing that
Yeah,
out there, just in
I-
case you didn't know. You
Like, at this point, like, I know I could do non-lethal damage, but I'm gonna have to fight his skeleton if I don't kill him. And dispel whatever spell he's got going on.
could. Yeah.
Potentially. I might still have to fight her.
And I don't have dispel magic.
I don't know. He's gross.
So,
For sure.
yeah, I'm gonna
I can insert you a picture. of him,
I'm
too.
gonna sneak up behind him and try and just slit his fucking throat.
Okay. Cool. Rude. I'm kidding.
So he can't speak his spells.
Yep. Exactly.
I'll show you a picture of Filge. There he is.
Oh yeah.
That's Filge. And the angelic statue looks like him, just a more idealized, handsome version. Younger, you know. Definitely,
Yep.
Would you say that he is surprised?
yeah, go ahead. So you're gonna get up in melee with him.
Yep, behind him. I'm gonna sneak up behind him with a 25 stealth.
Okay,
And stabby stab.
okay.
Funny, like, he catches you.
It's like, I've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
Needle.
Go ahead and roll an attack, and you have advantage. Because you were stealth.
That is a 16 to hit.
That hits.
If he is surprised, it's a critical.
He is surprised.
Nice.
Which
Max.
means,
Max, then roll. All dice.
because it is sneak attack as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 8 plus 12, so 20
Mm-hmm.
for max.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
then
then you roll a dice on top of that.
sneak attack too.
Yeah, because you crit your sneak attack, yeah.
Okay.
That assassin, though.
Almost max damage again.
Yeah.
So 20 plus 16, so 36.
36.
Oh, plus 3, so 39.
Right through his neck.
Let me check some stuff.
And I believe if it does more than half his max,
Just make a con save.
he is, yeah, I think so.
Okay. Cool.
He's upset. Couldn't kill him.
If it does more than max of his, if it does more than half of his max HP, it does what?
You have to roll a Constitution save
Or die.
or die.
Mm.
Same with everybody.
Yep. So
Yeah.
Gersha falls into a slump. Filge, not even making a noise as he's beginning to cut in, making his next hit. All the camera sees is his face, and then all of a sudden a red line, and then he kind of, and then just bleeds out instantly as he collapses and then
Yeah.
falls to the ground. His utensil, the syringe that he had in his hand, kind of clatters to the floor. It doesn't break, but it clatters to the floor, and he's dead.
The Red Death.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
No, you get inspiration.
Whereas downstairs, Cinder's like, I just have to kill him.
And so I literally am gonna start like checking his pockets as I holler, "Coast clear!"
Hi, come running up.
Yeah. You guys come barreling up the stairs,
Yeah.
and the coast is definitely clear.
Yeah. See your hands in his pants? I'm like, ew.
I'm
You
gonna
might
go
have
over
good
and
information.
gather Gersha's body.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck it, I want to.
I'll actually look around. If there are any bags anywhere, pieces of cloth that I can wrap around. I'm running out of cloth and bags.
Yeah, so I want you to... Actually, no, I'll do it. Okay. Okay. If you can roll an even number on a d20, you'll get something particularly special.
An even number on a d20. 11.
Can I give her inspiration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
16.
Okay.
Yay!
So, as you're rifling through,
I just like look. She's just glancing around like.
you find a well-made leather satchel of oddly elvish make, Aaron I make, and you recognize immediately it's a bag of holding.
Is there anything to wrap it? I have the. I actually said this earlier. Like,
Yeah.
if I just throw the bones in there, they're just gonna float
Throw
around in
them
there.
mix.
So I'll wrap them in some sort of cloth.
I wonder
First.
if it would actually help with the identification process, though. Because you would have to reach your hand in and be like, I want the body of blah.
Yeah, but since I don't know all their names, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna have
that's
to
true.
say I want the bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the wrapped bodies,
Yeah.
basically. So yeah, I'll wrap it and then I'll put it in.
Okay.
I offer you Filge's, like,
Yeah, I
Clothes.
think that and I'll just take like his cloak or something and wrap it up.
So,
A scrap of leather,
uh,
and then put it in the bag and
the forms in the glass tanks. One of them in the top right, let's say, moves and kind of like bumps the glass a bit, but otherwise
what
They
are
still-
they?
Yeah,
you have to get really, really close to see through that murky liquid.
I'm gonna get really, really close.
After you
As
put
I'm like
your
tying the
bones.
bag. I imagine she's like tying the bag and there's just like boop, and
Yeah.
then that's like right next
I
to
would
her.
say, yeah,
so
for like dramatic effects, it's right above Cinder,
Yeah.
and she kind of looks up, yeah. She gets close, and Valith gets close as well. You both, so they're kind of like, because of the bubbles, they're kind of like moving a bit and like turning, and a very much so decomposed face of a person kind of presses against the glass, and you see its eyes like in REM cycle, but open, like sleeping, and then it like disappears back into, like, so they're animated in this tank doing something.
But definitely dead.
And still animated.
Yeah. It's bizarre.
in a strange green liquid.
Yeah.
So either he didn't create them, or he did something to make it so that they don't die when he does.
You can make an Arcana check. Anybody that's investigating this kind of.
While she's doing that,
Yeah.
can I make a perception check? I guess trying to be somewhat stealthy about it to see if there is any red powder around here.
Sure.
Because I don't. Trying not to let Valith see,
Sure.
basically.
I got a 21.
Do you want the stealth check or the.
Just an investigation or perception to find it. Yeah. The Arcana check, though, in the meantime.
I got an 18.
14.
Yeah. Coben, it becomes pretty clear to you there are pipes and tubes coming from the tops of these tanks, and some of these pipes and tubes lead directly into alchemical devices on the tables, and it seems like whatever solution is in this tank is alchemically created, and so that's a pretty good indication that these are alchemical zombies, which aren't unheard of. As in, that's not a thing.
I'm an
They're-
alchemist.
They are medically induced zombies.
That's creepy.
I need a sample of that fluid.
Why do you want zombies?
How big are the tanks?
Enough to fit a person. So they're about 8 feet tall,
I think they were
about
alive when they
3
got
feet
bitten.
wide, or
Like the one right in front of me. That's not the one right in front of me.
It's about 3 feet diameter, 8 feet tall.
But is there anything in it?
A body, a person.
He's gonna say he wants a sample, just break it.
No. I mean, you do you, Bill.
If you look like you're going to break it, I will cast Hold Person on you so fast.
And pray that your wisdom
Well,
is not
that's so
good.
you can get a sample because it's in the container.
Are there any
Very
samples on the
interesting.
tables?
Or
So
what
fast.
about the one on the table? I don't know.
Oh, if I like broke it, then you can get a sample.
This little
Isn't there a
pauper of a
lid?
man seems to have discovered a way to animate the bodies without the use of arcane or divine magic. This deserves looking into, apprentice.
What were they fighting about that? Did I see any red powder?
Or what if you take his syringe?
Even stranger.
Yes.
Yeah, he has loads of syringes, and this whole setup would constitute like alchemical supplies if you wanted to.
I'm going to
break it
look
down.
for an aperture on one of these glass tubes.
Yeah.
Anywhere I could stick a syringe.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways for you to get liquid more or less safely.
Good.
From, yeah.
We can't make this our base of operations because Envy's a fugitive. Oh, you don't know about that. Oh. Yeah.
Not technically a fugitive yet.
Well, not yet.
Yet.
But when we leave, she will be.
Not surprised.
If her case fails.
It was self-defense.
This is also something we're going to need to bring to the governor's attention.
Yes. And we will.
But we also don't know what's going on down below yet.
Also.
Who searched his body?
She did. Before we even came up.
Right.
Yeah. I was like halfway through because I wanted a chance to search it first.
Yeah. So on his person, he carries 15 marks
Oh.
and a elaborate-looking golden key.
Maybe to a
You
padlock.
think it matches the battle log?
It could.
Anything else?
Not on his person, no.
Okay. I cut his head off.
Okay.
Are you taking it with you?
Yep.
Just going to carry
Well,
it?
The body won't reanimate. At least, I don't think it
Hey,
will.
maybe Orkman will believe you
How
now.
would that stop it from the enemy?
Do you think you have room in that bag for this? Since I don't know it's magic.
I'd rather not put it in the bag, to be honest.
Okay.
It's going to leak.
I don't know.
Oh no, wrap it really good.
I'll carry it because I'm your pack mule anyway.
I mean, I can carry it. I have 0 issues carrying it.
You could just come back for it.
Are you wrapping the head now?
Yeah.
Okay, so make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Get a 1.
It's 23.
Boo.
23? So you jerk your hand in time, just in time, to not be bitten by the severed head. And you've just now noticed that he's clearly dead. His eyes are staring at you like tries to bite you.
Can you talk?
Doesn't say anything.
Well, that's annoying.
Just keep wrapping
Is there like, you know how like in laboratories a lot of times they have like those little display things, like, or those little platters like with like the little terrarium type almost things, or like things that hold stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Is there any that are like head size?
There's some large beakers
Just
that
double
would,
wrap it so
that
you
would
can't
serve as
shoot
a
through
kind
it.
of. You could put the beaker over the head.
I hand her the beaker.
Okay.
The glass heavy beaker jar thing, yeah.
Okay, so I put his head in a jar.
Yeah, his cheek like smushes up against it, and his eyes just follow you the whole time.
Listen, Filch, if I knew you were going to be this useless after you were dead... God damn it. I didn't want a zombie head.
Oh, you're wanting it to talk.
Yeah!
I thought maybe it was payment for something.
Oh, no, I give a fuck. I just don't want it to disappear because I could just talk to the head. But if he's animated, I can't talk to him.
I'm sure there's a way dispel it?
Right? Or how does that work? Do you know anybody?
His tongue kind of slowly comes out and presses against the glass.
Just like licking the glass.
No, it just comes out.
Why didn't you just like app skin?
Is it longer than normal?
Why did you have to like insta kill him?
Because I was mad. I acted impulsively. Tell me you've never done the same.
I mean, I have.
Huh.
But yours would have been useful.
I could have used a new horse.
What's
So
this body
I'm
on the
gonna.
table? Oh, sorry.
But we're debating.
When it looks like you're going to smash the glass, I go and show you where one would stick a syringe, and then I'm going to cast detect magic, detect magic as a ritual.
Guys are going to spend the next 10 minutes doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about this body on the table?
Yeah, that's what I want to look at too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
it
walk
is-
up at Cinders and get it.
It's fairly fresh in terms of a corpse. You can make a medicine check about it, but you can clearly see it's a young woman, and she's in the process of more or less being autopsied. So she has part of her chest cavity kind of ripped open.
I hate to be a broken record. Anybody I know?
No. But she looks like she's maybe in her mid to early 20s, like a young girl. You can make a medicine check to find out more about her, but
11.
11. You don't really gather anything from just glancing at her, but her mouth has been propped open, and you do see like her mouth is like stained red, and like she has a lot of the telltale signs of somebody who uses like the red glass drug. So she might have been like an addict or some sort of user of the red glass drug.
A convenient victim.
Yeah, so her mouth is like full of spores and all that kind of stuff. So
Can we go to the cellar then?
I believe so.
Is Philja's body moving?
Mm-mm.
Just his head.
I make my way down the stairs.
If it starts to glow, we have problems.
Should we just like burn his body?
Oh,
No, we
that's
should
fine.
leave it on all of this as evidence. I say as I stuff the other part. Except for this. These ones come with me.
Alright, down the
Plenty of
stairs
other
we go.
bodies.
So you're going down, and you're making your way
There's
down
no
to.
more up, right?
No. There's normal up. And by the way, just for description, these 4 things in the corner are large mirrors that reflect light
Okay.
into the whole area. So,
All down.
amazing.
And the
He
top
didn't
is all
see you.
glass.
Yeah.
Observatory.
the what?
The top is glass.
No, it's been
you said?
roofed over. So at one point there probably was a large telescope in this area, but it's been patched and roofed over after it's removed a little.
It's amazing he didn't see you.
Yep.
It's because she's actually a vampire and you can't see her reflection.
Dun dun dun.
I'm just really good at it.
She takes drugs instead of taking blood.
She's a drug vampire.
Oh, wow. So many copies.
Or maybe the red glass has blood in it, and it's meant for vampires. Powdered blood.
The person on the table is you in 10 years.
Or maybe the red glass
I'm
is what makes
recovering.
maybe the red glass is what makes
Asshole.
me able to go in sunlight.
Just trying to tell you something.
Because we've seen her in sunlight.
True. She could just be a very high level vampire, though.
So you make your way downstairs, eventually outside, making your way to the attic door. Or not the attic, wow.
The basement.
The basement door. Yeah. Old tool shed. That's not what I wanted to grab.
Why am I downstairs? Why are we
Because-
leaving? What?
We're going to the thing underground. Are you paying attention to anything you were saying in the last 5 minutes?
I started casting.
Yeah, we're
Detect
saying
magic?
the 10 minutes, like, is us looking at things.
So, after detect magic, there's nothing magical that would be detected with detect magic, with the exception of the bag, but that's already been picked up. The glass tubes.
But Cinder didn't say anything about the bag either, so you now notice that she has a glowy elven bag.
Yeah. So the bag is glowing. You know that it's magical. But all the other implements, the alchemical supplies, are non-magical. It's all alchemical.
Okay. Well, I'll take the alchemical supplies that I already
That
know.
might take like well over an hour.
a
It's a
lot of
huge lab.
Okay. I'll take
You also-
anything that glows magical.
That was nothing except for the bag.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Okay. Then I take the book when we go back.
Okay.
Oh, magic core.
Yeah.
He wonders why I don't tell him when we find magic items.
Because he will steal them.
Yeah.
He wouldn't steal them.
He
I
wouldn't
mean,
steal
depends on
them,
his
but
character,
He wants
okay?
to know everything
He
about
wants
them.
to know everything, yeah. It doesn't matter if he wants it or not, he just wants to know. It's
He also
mi-
wants it.
It's mildly endearing but slightly annoying, yeah, to me. But anyway, so you make your way downstairs.
Yes.
Congratulations. You reach the door.
I use the key.
Be
Um,
content with your evil wand.
So it looks like the key doesn't fit, but as you
Your
press it
demonic
into the
wand.
lock
Racist.
kind of was cleverly made to seem like it wouldn't fit this key. And as you click in the key and you turn, the padlock itself kind of clicks and the door opens by itself. And there's nothing in the way. And it's a clear kind of 10 by 10 foot shed. But as you reach to grab the key back from the padlock, as you hold the key, the back wall begins to shimmer and fade, as if holding the key reveals an illusory wall. So if you don't have the key, you can't tell that
You
there's
can't
anything.
see.
Yeah. And this illusory wall kind of leads into this dark earthen tunnel that sharply begins to drop out of sight.
Hell yeah.
And that's where we're going to pick up the next week. Well, that'll be our session this week. We'll see y'all next week. Bye.
Bye,
Yay.
nerdy
Bye.
Bye, interwebs.
Bye.